Hello.
Yes.
So actually, according to my watch, it is my phone. It's now 4:30. Do you concur?
I concur, Mr. Mayor.
All righty. That noted, then I'll go ahead and call to order the Tuesday, October 5th meeting of the regular meeting of the Carmel-by-the-Sea City Council. Could we get a roll call, Ashley?
Yes. Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Councilmember Ferlito.
Present.
Councilmember Tice.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards.
Here.
Mayor Potter.
Yeah.
We have a quorum.
All right, excellent. We can now conduct tonight's business. Under extraordinary business, we do have an extraordinary presentation by our state senator, John Laird. John, I'm glad you're here. Really appreciate your attendance.
And Leslie, I'll give you those addresses.
Might be better if you did it.
Whoever's Tim and Nancy, if you could mute yourselves, that'd be nice. Thank you. Senator, how are you?
I'm doing great, thank you. I am on a tight schedule, but I'm at the other end. I just spent 20 minutes with the Monterey City Council and told them I had to come talk to you. So I was able to cut it short.
Well, there are some things that are important tonight. I just have some other conflicts of interest. So we'll be limiting your testimony to about 3 minutes, and then public comment tonight will be 30 seconds. I'm being facetious, of course.
All I can say is they broke their drought. They won 2 World Series. You're being greedy.
Damn right I am. Yeah, I'm a asshole, that's for sure.
Well, if it's okay, I would like to say a few words and then go to questions for anybody, because I've had a very interesting afternoon because I landed 10 bills on the governor's desk. And since I've been in Monterey County, he signed Bill 7, 8, and 9. And he signed SB 619, for which I got an award at the League of Cities convention recently. And it really gave cities and counties a 1-year holiday from enforcement on the waste diversion regulations. And the enforcement, and at the same time, it leveraged $70 million that hadn't been there before, plus some additional for grants to cities and counties to help implement that. So I'm really pleased about that. And this was the most unusual budget I've ever experienced in any connection with state government. We were $75 billion over projected revenues. And so we put half of it in reserves and then returning to people that were most strapped by the pandemic. And then we made real gains. We put additional money in homeless services and response over multiple years. We put extra money into broadband. We added 100,000 California students to higher education grants and scholarships. We lowered the age for Medicaid to 50, and we basically tried to move us ahead economically as well as being prudent in reserves. And there are things that we will work with local governments and others on how some of this is going to get out the door, whether it's homeless money, fire protection money, other things that really affect local government. And additionally, there were just some issues where I worked really hard to get water money for the Central Coast due to the drought, and it got in for the next year, and we're working to move it to this year because the drought is now. And we're working, I will continue to work with you on additional sources for the Monterey Peninsula. And I'm working with some local governments and the state order to make sure that within the state order, some of the things that people want to do are able to be done. That was true just now speaking to the Monterey City Council. They have 2 affordable housing projects that don't have water unless the state water board allows it within the existing order. And also, one of the most contentious issues in the legislature this year were 2 housing bills, SB 9 and SB 10. Both were amended substantially before they ended up being passed. SB 9, which allows for ADUs in single-family zoning, was amended to allow cities and counties to intervene if there's a health and safety issue, if there's a historic preservation issue, and to require owner occupancy, which would limit how that is done. And so that passed and was signed into law. SB 10 had 2 sides of the house in provisions. That bill would take 8 to 10 unit developments, override local land use if they were near transit corridors. And it was amended to make it voluntary. So no city or county has to participate in that program unless they choose to. So that will not mandatorily override local zoning. That was made voluntary. But there was a second provision that if the citizens through initiative pass a housing related ballot measure, on a 2/3 vote, it would allow a city council or board of supervisors to override that ballot measure. Frankly, that was a bridge too far for me, and I ended up voting against SB 10, although it passed. The governor signed both into law, and I intend to work with local governments on the questions they have going forward, because those will be a big issue. We worked on first-time home buying, and I think the one place that we could have done more is with actual grant assistance for affordable housing construction. And I think that's one thing I'm going to try to take to the table this next year. It turns out in the first months of the fiscal year, we are still running ahead of the projections in the budget. So we're going to have to see where we are with this next year. But I think those are the headlines. And I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have on any subject that's important to you.
John, we appreciate your hard work for our area. It's very important. And nobody has more experience in the community than you do, having been a representative at the assembly level and also at the state level with your head of resources. So you and I have certainly done a lot of good work together. I want to thank you for that. Are there any questions by my colleagues? Carrie.
Thank you, Senator Laird. That was a nice summary. Could you please go into, we have 2 items that have to do with SB 1383 today. Could you please go into a little more description of what you mean by a 1-year extension?
Basically what it did is, as long as you're making a good faith effort to implement it, means the state can't penalize you. The state can't award a fine, can't take money away. That was the real idea. And the hope is that the new money that's provided would kick in time after that happened. So that in essence, as long as you're making a good faith attempt to continue, there won't be penalties in this year. And then there will be money available for grants to help implement after that. So that was sort of the two track of what it specifically means.
And which bill was that?
619.
Thank you.
Senate Bill 619. Just so you don't find AB 619 and find it was about childcare or something.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
Karen, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. First of all, I'd like to thank you for getting some money for a restroom down the Big Sur coast. I understand that is in the budget. Is that right?
Yes, I got $1 million right at the end for the trails at Garrapatta. And together with some of the Sean Parker money, this will really incent building out that. And it is literally below, in that first area and the miles below the highlands as you go south. And there's a restroom as part of the project. And the one thing I should say that is a random comment is I posted about this on Facebook and was corrected on the spelling. I had put 2 T's in Garrapatta instead of 1 and had the 2 R's correctly. And so when I was talking to the Senate staff about putting this money in the trails at the end, I said, now just be careful. It's 2 R's and it's 1 T. It's a Spanish word for tick. And then they misspelled it by putting G-A-R-R-I. So the budget says G-A-R-I instead of A, but trust me, the money will get there.
Well, I appreciate that very much. And I'm sure that Butch Cronlin and the folks down in Big Sur do as well. I do have a question. I think you mentioned that if there is money, there may be more fire prevention money. Is that what you said a few minutes ago?
Yes, and sort of there's 2 pieces of that. First, there's fire prevention money, and I was asking all the way along, how much will go to locals and not just to state agencies? And the number was substantial. It was over 2/3. And so there's already been 1 webinar, but there are going to be information about how to get it out the door. And I know that that's a real issue for you in Carmel, and it's really making sure that locals that might be in a fire safe council or other things can be eligible. And the second thing is that I did a bill on this. And right now, what we do for fire prevention, which it might be prescribed fire or fuels management or force management, our fire program is just what we put in the budget in a year. So last week, the governor signed my bill, which will basically say we have a 5-year plan. We will set goals for each of the 5 years, and then we will actually measure what we do. So it won't be the press having to pry it out of a state agency. We will actually have a transparent process for how many acres have been treated in each of those, and that it'd be accessible to the public.
Well, we look forward to hearing more about how to access that money when it becomes available. And once again, thank you for thinking about us.
You're welcome.
Any other questions by council members? Jeff?
Thank you. I don't have any questions for the senator. I'd just like to say it's good to see you, John.
It's good to see you, and I'm really looking forward to see all you guys in person. You know, it's just been a crazy time, and I should tell you that when I was sworn in, we were so socially distancing that there were no friends or family. There were only 33 senators on the floor. The chaplain was not allowed on the floor. So I gave the prayer for the chaplain because they weren't in the count. And we have had socially distanced committee hearings. It's limited the bills we could do. And it's just been a crazy time. We have never been able to have more than 3 Senate staffers in the office at the same time during the entire legislative year. And I have 9 staffers in Sacramento. And so we'd rotate somebody in the morning for 1 bill and they would leave and somebody'd come in the afternoon. And so I'm really, I got an award from Equality California last month, and it was the first time all my Sacramento staffers had been in the same place together. when they went to that ceremony. So I'm really looking forward to some sense of being able to be in person, be together, not be limited. I would love to have a full bill package next year. So I really appreciate that, Jeff, and I look forward to seeing you.
John, we share your feelings on that topic very sincerely. Bobby, did you have anything?
I would just like to say, yeah, thank you, Mr. Laird. And also, I was at the League of Cities with you, so congratulations on that award that you received.
Thank you.
John, I guess not really a question, but I certainly appreciate your attentions to SB 9 and 10. We felt that that's kind of the end of local control on zoning. I'm on the board of directors for the league, and it's been a real tough spot for us to be in. We don't want to get in, strong opposition with the governor, but we did feel he was racing kind of heavily, aggressively forward with that mandate. We needed more affordable housing, and it flew in the face of local control. So I think your amendments to 9 and your attention to 10 were most appropriate, and I really appreciate that.
Thanks, and it's really hard. And the thing is when 10 came by the first time on its way to the assembly, I stood up and said, I was running when there was SB 50, and there were all these proposals to override local zoning. Seems to me it should be our last resort. And secondly, none of this sort of guarantees any affordability. And somehow along the way, that has to be a piece. And the other 20 cities were not enthusiastic about them. And so I am hoping that this quenches the appetite and we don't see another run at local control, but I think we'll all be working together to see what happens next. But now we go into the RENA process in a year, and we have a whole number of housing things. And I'm really hoping, when I was in the assembly, we did a bond for affordable housing that leveraged 50,000 new units of affordable housing in the state, some leftover bond money. But that was what was missing this year. There was the thing on the zoning stuff on one side. There was some first-time home buyer. There was 12 million for homelessness. But sort of in the middle, the people that are really the middle class that can't afford housing, and those that are in the lower incomes, that's what was really left out. And so we're going to have to figure out what we can do in the next session on that.
Well, again, John, we really appreciate your leadership. Are there any other questions by council members? All right, John, don't be a stranger. We love seeing you. We're looking forward to being together in person in the near future.
Great. Well, thanks for having me today. I really appreciate it.
You've always been accessible, and we really appreciate that. So thank you.
Good. Okay.
All righty.
Take care, all.
We'll try. All righty. That noted. Thank you, John. Move on then to California American Water's presentation. Catherine Stedman, I believe you're in the audience somewhere.
Yes, Mayor Potter, I think I'll be presenting. Chris Cook, Director.
Okay, Chris.
Hey, good to see you.
Right. Good to see you. Welcome.
Thanks. I'll go ahead and share my screen here. Please let me know if you can see this.
We got it.
Great. So I'll be presenting this afternoon on water supply and drought update. Thank you for having me this evening. Before I get into the details of the presentation, it's been a while since I've presented at City of Carmel. So I did just want to give a couple of reminders on California American Water as your water provider, a little bit of background. So we deliver water and wastewater services to approximately 675,000 people statewide. And for Monterey County, we serve more than 100,000 people. Our water quality and our consumer confidence reports show perfect compliance. So our employees are really proud of the clean, safe drinking water that we provide. And then, as was mentioned previously, just with the COVID times that we're in right now, we've really tried to increase our safety protocols for employees, but continuing the capital improvement projects we've been coordinating with your city staff. We really appreciate all the efforts of them to keep these programs going. And then finally, a program that I'm really proud that American Water does is our Inclusion and Diversity Program. And as part of that, California American Water has 40% right now, actually over 40% of its vendor spend goes to diverse vendors. And this can be companies where the majority is women-owned, minority-owned, LGBTQ+, disabled veteran. So these are companies that add valuable resources for us, and then we're able to help those businesses grow. So those are just a couple background items about us. And then in terms of water supply, I just wanted to give a brief background for water supply on the peninsula. It's really around the 1880s that Crocker and other developers from the Bay Area came down. They really wanted to build up the Monterey area as a tourist destination and build the Del Monte Hotel along with other development. And so they looked locally around where the Naval Postgraduate School is now, and the water quality there wasn't sufficient for wells. So then they moved over to the Carmel River, and they built a dam along the Carmel River and piped that water all the way over to the Monterey area. And then around the similar time, they found groundwater in the Seaside Basin, put in wells there, and we're pumping there. So historically, our water supplies have been 3/4 Carmel River and 1/4 Seaside Basin. But when you look today, there's been development, there's been tourism, they were successful in what they were trying to achieve. So the pumping had increased, and, Carmel River, you have steelhead, you have red-legged frog, other habitat there that require reductions in flow. So we had Order 9510 in 1995, we had a cease and desist order from the state in 2009 and then 2016. So all of these regulations reducing pumping off the Carmel River. And you can see here, just in the last decade, we're having about a 2/3 reduction of pumping from that Carmel River source that we've historically had. And then moving over to Seaside Basin, the groundwater there, we have to be aware of pumping levels there because you can have saltwater intrusion or other issues with water quality. And so to address this, there's an adjudication on the Seaside Basin. And part of that has triennial ramp downs. So you can see the gradual ramp downs on the orange line that we had almost a decade ago, over 3,300 acre feet. Now we're at 1,474. And when we get a new water supply online, part of that will be replenishment of the basin. So that would even be cut in half. So our two historic supplies are being reduced significantly to sustain the natural resources that are there. But we do, since that period, we do have some new supplies online. We have the Sand City desalination plant that City of Sand City owns and we operate. There's aquifer storage and recovery, where if you get heavy rains and flows in the river increase, that fresh water breaches the lagoon, goes out to the ocean. It allows us to ramp up pumping along the Carmel River and transfer that to the Seaside Basin, that with partnership with Water Management District is injected into that basin and then can later be used during dry months or in cases of drought. And then Pure Water Monterey is the recycled water project with M1W and Water Management District. We're already accounting for that water, using some of that water. So we do have additional supplies. However, as mentioned, particularly with aquifer storage and recovery, these can be drought dependent. And as Senator Laird mentioned, we are in a drought right now. The first 6 months of 2021 were the 4th driest in record. And then just in July, the governor extended the emergency drought onto Monterey County. So you can see to the image to the left here, this is the major reservoirs in California. The orange kind of background is the total capacity of the reservoir. Red line is where it historically is at this time of the year, and the blue is where it is now. And several of these major reservoirs are less than half what they are historically. So we're statewide, they're looking multi-year out, and there's definitely a concern there, hence the emergency drought. Locally, you can see the image on the right is our Los Padres Dam. This is essentially a reservoir, but it's a relatively small one. If you get a major rain, like we did December 2nd of last year, it fills up, but then by December of this year, we'll have used up all that we can flow out of the outfalls of that dam. So it's kind of filled and fully released in a year. So it's relatively small. What we really have as a storage resource is the Seaside Basin, the groundwater there. That's approximately 100,000 acre feet. It's a big resource, and that's where we store that aquifer storage and recovery water. In a good rainy year, we can get over a month of our main system demand being met through that stored water. This last water year, because as I mentioned, it was a drier year, we only got 66 acre feet, so that's equivalent of only a couple days. So not as much as we've had historically. We do have some stored from previous better years of about 1,200 acre feet. So with the drought, you can ask, well, what are the plans? What's in place? So in partnership with Water Management District, we have a water shortage contingency plan. It's a 4-stage approach. The first stage, stage 1, is prohibition on water waste. That's a stage that we're always in, that we're in right now. It has things such as limiting outdoor irrigation to 2 days a week. And then it progresses to stage 2, voluntary conservation, stage 3, conservation rates, where you can have surcharges or other things to incentivize. And then stage 4, water rationing, where certain mandated amounts that can have fines or other measures put in place. So, we see right now we're in stage 1. We're not seeing leaving stage 1 this year and hopefully not next. We're taking measures to try and definitely stay out of progressing into other stages where kind of pumping or storage water amounts can trigger. And one of the ways that we're trying to do that is this water year that we just started October 1st. So water years go October through September. That one's a transition or hybrid year where that effective diversion limit that we were always using to account for Carmel River water, that ends December. So the end of the calendar year after the first quarter of our water year. So since, we have limits that are reducing after the water year's already started, we talked with State Water Resource Control Board, and we're feeling optimistic that they're going to accept 4,110 acre feet for this water year we just started, rather than the 3,376 that we see moving forward. That would be kind of the base amount after the effective diversion limit. So we picked up about 700 acre feet, which will help in this next year. And then this image is just kind of a bottle image of different water years and kind of where you see the source waters on the peninsula. So water year 16, 17, we had a lot of rain, if people remember that. And that gray portion of the bottle is the aquifer storage and recovery, where we're able to store a lot of that water and hold on to that. The bottom portion, the dark blue, is the Carmel River water that, back in that chart I showed, we had more Carmel River water available with effective diversion limit. And the orange in the middle is that Seaside native water that, again, we're before the final triennial ramp down. The middle one is the water year we just ended. So, almost no ASR, that gray amount. We have reductions in the Seaside native, and we have reductions in the Carmel River, but we are now getting the pure water Monterey recycled water. So that's made up for a bit of it. And then moving forward, in the next bottle over, we're looking to around, now it would probably be more like 2024, we get that pure water Monterey expansion water, which would increase that pure water Monterey light blue. But again, without rains, it's not matching that historic amount necessarily. And then here's kind of more of a long-term graph of it, where the red line is our 2020 urban water management plan demand forecast. So this is something that, as the water provider, we're required every 5 years we work with consultants and professional engineers to come up with a plan, meet customer demand, to forecast. And this is the forecast that was come up with, that they came up with in the plan through 2045. And the light blue bubble area is the current supplies that we have that I was mentioning before. We do have about a little over 1,200 acre feet in ASR storage that we're hoping to bridge some of that gap over the next couple of years, plus a couple other sources that I'll speak to in a second. But then it's really that 2024, the pure water Monterey expansion, that, if we continue the drought, that we'd be looking to re-get to that black line of demand. However, this showing, a post-CDO, post-meter moratorium, you can see the growth still exceeds the demand. So we still feel like additional long-term drought-proof supplies like desal would be needed to meet that long-term demand. And then, you know, what are we doing to try and address this this challenge of supplies and, you know, try and find some drought-proof solutions? So, so first of all, we have ASR Bank right now, that a little bit over 1,200 acre feet that we're planning on using. In the interim period, we're starting construction right now on a parallel pipeline in General Jim Moore, so we continue that aquifer storage and recovery program. Sand City desal, we're in the planning phase right now for new intake wells there that would maximize the 300 acre feet for that plant. We have Pure Water Monterey recycled project going, but you know, there's been built up an operating reserve and there's potential for additional peak supplies that the plant's capable of. And once additional injection wells are built, we could get maybe around 500 acre feet a year on that until Pure Water Monterey expansion is available. And then with Pure Water Monterey expansion, you know, we worked with Water Management District and M1 Monterey One Water for a water purchase agreement that still has to go through the CPUC for final approval, but we're optimistic that that will be completed, and still moving forward with the desal project, answering questions that Coastal has, and moving that one forward. So then with all of that said, since we are in a drought, and State Water Use Control Board has recommendations on things to consider, I encourage you to look through this list. It has good recommendations like limiting irrigation of landscaping within 48 hours of measurable rain. We also have, with just our local staff programs, you can call our local staff, and we have water saving devices. We have WaterWise house calls that people can do to see irrigation or fixtures or other things, how people are doing with that. And rebate programs too, with washers and other methods. So with clothes washing machines and others so there's a lot of local resources also available. And with that, that's all I had to present. Thank you.
Chris, thank you for the presentation. Very interesting. The questions by council members. Jeff.
Thank you, Dave, and thank you, Chris, for coming. Councilmember Tice and I are part of the Carmel's Climate Change Committee. We're trying to understand the draws on our resources as the climate changes. And on slide 12, you talked about the UWMP, sort of the projected demand of water out to the year 2045. What are the factors that seem to have gone into our ever increasing demand? Why are we unable to stabilize our demand as something that might be more sustainable?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a lot of different factors that go in, and one of the things is actually climate change. So they factor in that there could be longer, drier periods that could require more back. Looking at Pebble Beach entitlements, lots of record. There's a lot of different factors, and I can also send the link for that 2020 Urban Water Management Plan to look at. And then bent up demand, since it's been so long since the moratorium was implemented. You know, I get calls all the time from people who purchased a house in the 80s and now they're calling to build their dream home, and they can't do it. Purchased a lot and now they want to build their dream home, and I have to tell them, you know, we don't have the meters to be installed to do that. So there are a lot of people with lots who want to build. Where we see demand right now, what I'm seeing currently is it's heavily impacted by the coronavirus. So and the protocols in place there. So what we had last year was we had a significant rise in residential and a significant reduction in commercial, because I believe that it was both working from home and remote work, and then also a lot of the secondary residences are then turning into primary residences for people. And then obviously for the commercial, there was a reduction there. Now what we're seeing is the residential is staying, you know, relatively high, because people are still working from home or using those secondary residences, but the commercial is starting to bounce back also. You're seeing the tourism come back here and others. So in the short term, I do think it's more factor of the coronavirus restrictions and protocols and how that's playing out socially. But long term, there's a lot of different factors, and I can send that report, a lot of bent up demand, tourism bounce back, lots of record MBAG, all these different things. But climate change is one of those, definitely.
Yeah, thank you. I think what I'm noticing from the graph is the sort of maybe 20% increase from 2030 to 2045. And it seems imperative that we as a community do everything we can to sort of reduce that demand to get down to a sustainable level. And so I know that I would really like to see, the report from your consultant that you did so we can really understand what's driving that demand and perhaps make some recommendations on how to address it.
Great.
Any other questions or comments from council members? So Chris, I guess I'll ask you a mildly political question, but your arrangement now with the Pure Water Monterey project, where you're actually going to purchase water from the company, from the organization, does that signal a possibility of purchasing water from other sources by the company? Might get you out of the development business, which seems to be kind of controversial.
Well, I think that I know that there are multiple options that people are looking at for regional solutions, and we're not opposed to looking at other options. This is not the desalination project we see as a drought-proof long-term solution that the community needs. If something comes along that can meet the community's needs, meet the supply, be economical and everything, we're definitely going to look at it and definitely consider it. So, it's early on. I still feel like the desal project, that's the water supply project that's been worked on for so long, is the farthest along. And, we have interim, but we need something. So I still think that that's the farthest. But, if something else was available, we'd certainly look at that too.
Good. I appreciate that rather hesitancy commitment. Thank you. No, I know it's putting you in the spot, Chris, but it is something that's out there really. Do we want to go ahead and say, let's get Cal-Am away from the projects and say, let's go ahead and purchase water from a more regional aspect? I think that's got traction under it. So just my political thoughts. Any other questions by council members? Comments? All right, Chris, thank you very much. Honestly, appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. And I have to say, I was nervous for the presentation for one reason. My third grade teacher and middle school science teacher is on the line. So I wanted to make sure that I didn't mess it up for him. So
that goes to show how long water's been an issue in Monterey County, and especially in the 5th district.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chris. Good luck. All right. Why don't we move on to the announcements? I don't think there's anything to announce from closed session. Chip, do you?
No, sir. There's no reportable action, Mr. Mayor.
All right. And council members, anything to report? Jeff, then Bobby.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you again, Dave. My standard once a month meeting about our climate change committee. This month we're meeting on Thursday, October 21st. So 2 weeks and 2 days from today. And of a review of what we're doing for public outreach with our current report, our adaptation strategies report, and then we'll talk about the report itself. And then finally, one new item, we'll hopefully get a report from the consultant that we've just hired, who's going to start us on the process to reducing greenhouse gas emissions within the city of Carmel, something that's very important to me and Carrie, I know, and everybody on the commission. And we'll get a report on the Monterey County Community Action Campaign. And I believe this is a county-sponsored grassroots effort to inform us and all the people that live here in Carmel and work here in Carmel about what we can personally do to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. So again, that's Thursday, October 21st at 3:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you and Carrie for your hard work on that topic. It's much appreciated. Bobby, did you have your hand up? Or Jeff? Hold on, Chip, did you have something you wanted to say to that?
Not to that, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of announcements, sir, when you get to me, please.
Okay. Bobby?
Yeah, I just wanted to announce that I did go to the League of Cities for the last week, and the League of Cities, what it is all, for those that don't know, is different representatives from all the cities around California and fire chiefs and police chiefs and city managers that attend this conference. This was the largest conference they've ever had. There was 1,800 people that were all in Sacramento, and it's broken out. They have sessions that you can pick and choose, different sessions which maybe are more applicable to your city. And the ones that I attended were climate change, adaptation and wildfire mitigation, introduction to labor relations for elected officials, coastal cities issues group meeting. That was quite interesting. That was all the local, or not local, but the coastal cities all met and we discussed some different things. Climate change was one of the big ones that they talked about. And you know, the collaboration that all these cities are having with that. It's wonderful. And then the final one was short-term rentals and the challenges. And the funny thing is most of the cities that went to that were heavily in favor of it because of the revenue that it generated. And I was the one kind of outlier that said, it's not for us. So anyways, that was all there. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby. Carrie. Phoebe, your phone. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. After we do after we do announcements, I think we need to go back to public appearances. So
you're right, we do.
So just a cute little reminder. I wanted to make two announcements. Number one, Mayor Dave and I went to the 9/11 ceremony, which was really touching. And I want to thank Carrie Ann for putting that on and having all the speakers speak. It was a well done ceremony commemorating 9/11 in Devendorf Park. So I want to thank everybody for attending and the staff for setting that up. And secondly, I want to thank the people that did participate in our two public workshops for the fire and ambulance that Bobby and I and Chip and Paul put together this month. I also want to let people know that there'll be one more public presentation at our November meeting, and which will be another opportunity for the public to weigh in on our fire contract and our ambulance services. So that's coming up in November. So thank you.
Carrie, thank you for all your work on the subcommittee. It's much appreciated. I know it's kind of been a strain with all your work too, but you've been doing a great job. So we, speaking for the whole council and the public, when I say we do appreciate those efforts. Thank you. Karen, do you have your hand up?
Yes, I just wanted to recognize Dale Byrne as the CRA Citizen of the Year and thank him and all of the people that work under him to make our city so beautiful. I think he has really created an organization where something that is as contagious as caring is a good thing in this community. And so I just wanted to recognize that he will be named Citizen of the Year this coming Sunday.
Very good. Thank you, Karen. Anybody else? I would just agree with Carrie that I thought the 9/11 presentation was wonderful. Very, very moving, very, very touching tribute and well attended and very, very impressive, especially with the flag extended out over the hook and ladder truck all the way out to the extension over the park. That was really impressive. And then I did speak to the Carmel Women's Club yesterday. Very, very good organization, very interested in the local politics, very polite and very respectful, but also a good time. Very, very humorous event too. So nothing wrong with mixing a little humor in with local government. So that noted, why don't we go back then to public appearance items? I was being facetious when I said, oh, Chip, okay, yeah, you can make announcements. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to be quick. Just a couple of things. The first of all is I'm really pleased to report that our first period TOT was really exceptional. The July-August number is 1.84 million. By comparison, we budgeted about 1.2 million for the period. That was our budgeted amount for those 2 months. And by comparison, the last time we were anywhere near that number was 2019, when we were at $995,000. So almost 50% of what we've gleaned in this period. So I think Senator Laird said, that service industry, people came back to the village. There was some pent up demand from the pandemic to visit the village, and it's really worked out well for us so far, financially at least. A reminder that we do have a council retreat next Tuesday, the 12th, between 9 a.m. 3 p.m. It's a public meeting. We'll also broadcast it, so it'll be available live. The council will be meeting to talk about our strategic initiatives, where we're going, our goals and objectives for both the near and short term, as at Carpenter Hall and Sunset Center on the Mission Street side. The next item is, I've just really struggled. It's both a sad day, for the village, but it's a happy day for one of our own. This is Chief Tomasi's last meeting with us, and I can't tell you how much that this is affecting me professionally and personally. As Mary's reported in the Pinecone several times, I think the world of Paul and his service to our community, his service on this executive team, his commitment, and his pillars of love and servitude to the village. Whoever I eventually replace with him has some very, very large shoes to fill. So I hope that he won't be a stranger. I know that the only benefit that I have is that now that he and I will be able to drink beer together, we won't have that fraternization issue. So that'll be nice. I'll wander down to the aquarium when he's done working, and we can go for a walk or something socially. But he will be missed by this village. He will be missed by this team. He will be missed by me. And Sergeant Watkins talked about today the pillars that Paul forged in his leadership role, not just as our chief, but as a commander. And those are pillars that Chief Euler, who you'll meet in just a few minutes, I know that he stands by those pillars as well. And the future chief will certainly be, on my part, indoctrinated with the obligations to community policing in this village. So fair winds and following seas, my friend. I'll see you around. The last item is item number 14, which is the request to declare exempt surplus right-of-way property has been requested for a continuance, Mr. Mayor. My desire would be to ask you to go ahead and continue that item to a date certain, to your November 2nd meeting, so that anybody who's just here for that item can get their evening back and watch some baseball.
Appreciate that acknowledgement of the game. All righty. Chip, I was going to ask Paul if you wanted to make comments now. I think it'd be appropriate, Paul, if you did have something to say. Obviously, we're all going to miss you, seriously. But, shoes like yours are hard to fill. And I think the recruitment process is going to be a challenge because it is such a unique community, but you've had that skill set that's been able to navigate your way through this community, gain the trust of a very suspicious community, suspicious in the right way. We don't want substandard service by any stretch of the imagination. We do truly appreciate what you've done. For me, it's very, very sad to see you go. I know you had a job offer from another jurisdiction that you passed up on a while ago when I first got here because you wanted to stay with the city of Carmel. That sense of loyalty is something we want to reward and honor. It's my pleasure to say we really, on behalf of the council as a whole, we really are going to miss you, my friend, really, very seriously.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's a little bittersweet. I came to Carmel almost 14 years ago, and I was looking for the perfect fit for me and my family, and then to do the type of policing that I love. And it's about service and working with a community. And this community embraced me from day one. It's been a great relationship. I absolutely love this town. I always will. I am looking forward to coming back, not as an employee, but as a visitor and a guest of this community. I just am so grateful and thankful to Chip for putting trust in me to lead this department and our ambulance operation. And I just leave here knowing that you have the finest men and women working for you in the city who truly believe in our mission. And our mission is simple, and it is community service with pride. And that's what we do day in and day out. They followed me, I followed them. I stand side by side with all of them. So I'm just so, again, grateful and appreciative to this city for allowing me to really live out a dream. It has been a dream to work here, and I have new challenges ahead of me, and I'm looking forward to those as well. But again, thank you so much, and thank you, residents, business owners. I'm very grateful. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. All right, well, we'll look at this as an amicable separation, not a divorce, Paul. We will see you again. We can date again in the future. Thank you so much. All right, why don't we go back then to, as Carrie noted so appropriately, public comment. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to speak on an item that is not on tonight's agenda. There is a 30-second limitation. There's a 3-minute limitation on that testimony. If you have a desire to come forward and speak, I'd appreciate if you'd state your name for the record. Is there anybody wishing to speak tonight? Not on the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I have Eric, but if you would just give me 1 second to get my timer set before we start, okay?
I appreciate that. No problem.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, Eric.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eric Tarbox, and I am your Deputy Scout Executive of the Silicon Valley Monterey Bay Area Council of the Boy Scouts of America. And I hope all of you got our letter, and we are really looking forward to working with Chip Rurig, his staff, Mayor Potter, fellow council members on getting the Scout House back open for our scouts, for our other community youth groups and similar groups. And we're just very much looking forward to really re-engaging Carmel-by-the-Sea with that spirit of service that Chief Tomasi just talked about, which is something we teach kids, boys and girls throughout our program. And Chief, if I could just say, I didn't have a chance to meet you, but you really exemplify that spirit of service that we teach all of our kids. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate the testimony. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
Can you hear me? Neil Cruz?
Yes, Neil, we can. The floor is yours.
I didn't know how to put my hand up. I am Neil Cruz, co-chair of the Village Preservation Committee with Carol Hall. And we wanted to update the City Council on our last meeting with the public, which was at the Farmers Market on the, I believe it was the 19th of last month. And we had a wonderful meeting. We invited, well, we didn't invite, it's open to the public. We are going to have these meetings every third Thursday of the month. So you are all invited. We'd love to see you. We're having wonderful discussions down there at the Farmers Market. We picked up about another 40 signatures on our mission to preserve the village character of Carmel, which is the mission of the Village Preservation Committee. Some of these comments that were told to us at this last meeting included tourists that said amazing things to us. One thing that has been repeated now more than 3 or 4 times by visitors, it's very odd. They have said, it's fine with me that I can do modern architecture in my own town, in my own village. But please don't let it happen to Carmel. I come here because this place is different. This place is special. There's something here I can't find anywhere else. This is a view and a concern that is shared by a great many residents of Carmel as we now approach about 400 signatures. We're looking forward to that discussion when we get into the workshops for the design guidelines. And we'd like to also suggest at that time that perhaps the discussion of the design review board be part of that discussion, as it seems to be sort of the same thing. We were noticing on the city council priorities that the design review board was number 3 and the design review guidelines were number 1. You might want to consider putting those both together. We thought that would be a good meeting. We have selected many people from within the residents that have now told us they wish to speak. They are ready to speak. We will be organizing for that. But the residents have also told us when is something going to start happening. We've been doing this for months now. We really need to see some activity. So we wanted to let you know in advance, we are now going to be going before the Planning Commission when we see designs that we consider to be of concern for maintaining what we view as the village character of Carmel. And we'll be making statements about those designs. We do not want to be perceived as a complaining group, as a negative group, but we simply must now begin to underline the will of the residents of Carmel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Neil. Appreciate your testimony. Very concise. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
Yes, Fred Bologna.
Fred, go right ahead.
Hello, this is Fred Bologna, the president of the Carmel Residents Association. And we are presenting a certificate of appreciation to Paul Tomasi. But since we are unable to present it to the chief in person, I would just like to share with you what it says. It says, the Carmel Residents Association offers our sincerest appreciation for your exceptional work and leadership over years in our village, and especially throughout the extraordinary times in the past 18 months of the pandemic and social unrest. Your proactive outreach and engagement with all the constituents in our village have set the bar high for those who aspire to step into your shoes. With our unbounded thanks and best future wishes from all the members of the Carmel Residents Association and our board of directors. Thank you.
Fred, very well said. Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak?
Thank you, Fred.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello.
So, I'm a full-time resident of Carmel, and I just wanted to thank Paul for his service as well. And I also wanted to ask Senator Laird to uphold Governor Newsom's veto for SB 556, which would have stripped all California cities of the ability to say where cell towers are placed. I wanted to ask Senator Laird why he voted for 5G cell towers next to homes, schools, and essential services and highways. I wanted to ask why he voted to take away more power from local governments for these decisions, why he ignored the people that are electromagnetically sensitive, why he ignored the research and the impact to children, to bees, to birds, trees, wildlife, when these towers will be sited everywhere in communities, including next to homes, and why he didn't advocate for wired internet only. Also, when is Senator Laird planning on having meetings in person? Because he seems to be hiding from the public. I also wanted to thank the planning commissioners for voting unanimously to protect our beautiful city from hazardous cell tower on Carmelo. They were planning a hideous macro 51-foot cell tower, and the planning commission unanimously voted it down. So thank you to the camp planning commissioners. I think they're true heroes. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Could we get your name for the record?
Christy Hollenbeck.
Thank you. Thank you. All righty. Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
Mayor, this is Jenny McMurdo, the president and CEO of the Carmel Chamber. Can I speak?
Jenny, you may. Go right ahead.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Council and Mayor. Tonight, the Chamber is wanting to echo the sentiments of most of the people here on this call and thanking Chief Tomasi for his many, many years of service to this community. And when we originally started talking, the board started talking about what we'd like to do to honor Chief Tomasi. Our board chair, who is an artist, a local artist, Ashley Bennett Stoddard, said, I would like to give Chief Tomasi mine and my father's Phoenix Rising sculpture. And I don't know if you can see this. I'm going to try to show you, but we're going to bring it to you tomorrow, Chief. Let me just read just a little bit about what this means from Ashley's perspective. The Phoenix is a symbol of rebirth, strength, and soaring flight. I believe that now is a time when not only I can see myself as the Phoenix rising, yet others can see themselves in this story as well. My hope is this art will speak to those who have the strength to nurture their passion, as well as the courage to rise and soar further than they ever thought possible. Harnessing the strengths of ancestors and delighting in the celebration of the beautiful journey is a gift. And this is our gift to you, Chief Tomasi. Thank you so much for your years of service.
Very, very nicely done, Jenny.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Chamber. Thank you so much.
Paul, it's not too late to reconsider item 10. It's a little bit of ways down the agenda. So. All right, is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
May I speak, Mayor Potter?
Certainly.
Thank you. This is Michael McWalters on Scenic, 2 north of 11th. First, I would like to associate my response to Christy Hollenbeck's remarks about the cell towers. Last week at the Planning Commission meeting, and I too want to applaud all of the Planning Commission council members for their decision to block that Verizon tower. But one of the Verizon lawyers said that he was coming back to petition for R1 towers. And I was reading an article about Mill Valley, California, and they have blocked deployment of 5G towers in their city residential areas. So I wanted to ask you, Mayor, and the city council members to draft an ordinance that makes Carmel-by-the-Sea a 5G free zone. Just make it really simple, because that attitude that lawyer voiced, it's just wrong. I mean, that's bullying, and that's not how we're supposed to be operating in Carmel-by-the-Sea. The last thing I want to say is thank you for the Cal-Am water presentation. Would have been very helpful if he had said our current supplies, if the weather stays, if we continue to have this drought, how long will the current supplies last? And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Anybody else?
Yes, Beth Bowman with the Sunset Cultural Center.
Yes, Beth, the floor is yours.
All right. So I'm here today on behalf of SCC's Board of Trustees and staff to thank you for your ongoing support and to share this update. On September 30th, we successfully reopened to a near full house with country legend Marty Stewart. Our COVID-related requirements and protocols ran smoothly and were observed by all participants with no incidents. We checked vaccine cards or negative test results, even did a few on-the-spot rapid tests where required. Arts audiences are clearly ready to re-engage, and we hope the restaurants and shops felt a surge last Thursday. There are more events coming up this month. John Hyatt performs to a near full house on this Thursday. Chamber Music Monterey Bay opens their season with the Lincoln Trio on Saturday night. Carmel Bach Festival's opening night is on October 23rd. Carmel Music Society has a special co-presentation with Carmel Bach Festival on October 24th, featuring George Lee on piano. The local presentations of the Nutcracker and Smewin's Holiday Ballet make their annual visits later in the year. Sunset Presents continues to add performances in 2022, and I invite you to stay up to date by joining our email list on our website, sunsetcenter.org. I'll also add that we welcome 5 new board members in October, and I will be back next month with introductions and our first quarter operating report. So Mayor Potter, City Council members, city staff, and public, thank you very much on behalf of Sunset Cultural Center.
Beth, thank you, and thank you for your efforts. Much appreciated. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? Last call. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
My hand is up. Can anyone see that?
Yes, now we can see you. Go ahead, Victoria.
Okay. Is that okay to go ahead?
Yep.
First to Paul, I always felt better knowing you were there, so you can imagine how I feel now. So very sad. But that's not why I was calling in today. I want to speak on two items that are not on today's agenda. First, on the procedure for responding to a continuance request, and that's all it is after all, just a request. This may just be the first time in history that an entire town has united against a proposal on an agenda. When this happens, it does not surprise me that the proposing parties could see a benefit from a disruption in that momentum and might therefore ask for a delay. Ironically, this delay creates exactly the sort of chaotic scheduling environment that I wrote to you all about in my letter this morning. It's an environment that is stressful and costly to all of us citizens and to our government. For example, I know a number of people who arranged their schedules to attend the end of this meeting who cannot now attend at the beginning and may not be able to attend.
Victoria, could I bother you for one moment? Could I interrupt you for a moment? We'll stop the time on you. I think this is an item that actually needs a formal action by the council to continue. Am I correct on that, Brian? If that case, there would be a discussion at that time about the actual issue of the continuance. Brian, am I correct? Brian, are you awake?
Yeah, well, I was trying to find my mute button. The answer is yes, you are correct.
So Victoria, your dialogue would be best if you saved your powder till the meeting comes to that point, which will be, I was going to actually do that as soon as we got to orders of business, once we get through the consent calendar, but I can move it up if you'd like. I'll do that. I'll move that item up for consideration before we go to actual consent calendar. That'd be a good time to speak to it.
Okay, so what I'm trying to figure out, and I'm glad you raised this, Mayor, because it's very hard for a citizen to tell when to comment on something that may or may not happen in terms of a procedural continuance question.
Sure, I understand. That's why I brought it up. I realized I was confused.
Okay. So should I have comments not about the continuance. Should I start with those?
Specific to that topic?
Not really. So
I'll give it a go. If it's inappropriate, I'll stop you.
Okay. So the second item I was going to discuss, and you'll think it's related, but it really isn't. The letter and illustration that I sent you this morning was not really specific to any of the agenda items today. It's just was meant as a general discussion item of how the design of our village actually works. It's my hope that it becomes increasingly clear to folks who seek to do work here that the magic of our environment is a result of the intentional design decision to preserve parkways alongside our paved roads. Often we can only see about a third or even less of the entire allowable pavement, and it enables us to create the intentional illusion that we walk and ride on natural curvy pathways through an enveloping forest that we depend on to screen private structures from the public experience. Without these borderland parkways, Carmel would be like any other harsh urban grid. So whatever you do about the specific project that you may or may not continue later, there is no reason not to act today on the general issue at hand, which is beginning to work on the general regulations that would guard forever against the degradation of all our parkway borderlands. In fact, I think it would, until those general regulations are properly done, the council should indefinitely postpone any consideration of any private proposal that would fall under them. And as a postscript, there's also nothing preventing you today from initiating action on that hazardous fence condition. So those are not related to the disposal of this particular property.
Thank you, Victoria. I appreciate it. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? Ashley, what do you think?
I think we're clear, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I'll then close the public comment period and move us on then to the consent calendar. There's 9 items on the consent calendar. Before I go to the public to see if anybody wants to pull an item from the consent calendar from the public standpoint, does anybody on council want to? Jeff, you've got your hand up.
Yes, I would like to pull item number 4 for discussion.
For discussion or direction? Possible action.
Yeah.
All right, so then why don't we go ahead and see if there's anybody in the public, any other council members want to pull an item? I don't see anybody. Is there anybody in the public with a concern with any of the items that are on the consent calendar? I don't hear anybody. Karen, what's up?
Yes, I will have to recuse myself from the number 6, because I live within 500 feet of that project.
Alrighty.
Yeah, Mayor,
Yes.
this is Brian. I should mention that Councilmember Ferlito will not need to leave the meeting when that item 6 is called, because it is a consent item as opposed to a non-consent item. But the record should reflect that she will not be voting on item number 6.
Alrighty. So why don't we then go ahead and move the balance of the consent item, and then we'll go to item number 4, which is what Jeff wanted pulled. So with the understanding that Karen will be recusing herself on item number 6, a motion to approve 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, and 9.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right. Could we get a roll call on that, Ashley?
Councilmember Barron,
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito,
Yes.
Councilmember Tice,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Potter.
Aye. All right, and then we'll move on to item number 6, which is resolution authorizing the city administrator to execute a contract with Hope Tree Services not to extend amount, see the amount, including a 5% contingency of $58,275 to implement the Mission Trails Nature Preserve Fire Fuel Abatement Project. Note that Karen is recusing herself on this item. We have a motion to approve.
So moved.
I will second it.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right. Ashley, could we get a roll call on this one?
Councilmember Barron,
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito, and you're recused. I'm sorry. It's just, it's in my brain. Councilmember Tice.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards.
Yes.
Mayor Potter.
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you.
All right. Now to Jeff, your items issues on item number 4, which is adopt the resolution ratifying current board and commission members' terms to align with the updates of chapters 2.28, 2.32, 2.36, 2.72, 2.74 of the Carmel Municipal Code, changing the annual term expiration date September 30th to April 30th.
Yes, thank you. So in reviewing this calendar, when we moved the dates of commission appointments, the goal was to allow a new mayor to make appointments fewer than 11 months from the time that he or she took office. The old dates and the October, November dates were about 5 or 6 months from our old elections, but the October dates don't really work once we have these November elections. So I pushed for this for quite some time, and as part of that process, we were going to adjust the terms of all of the board and commission members, and it looks like that's sort of been done, but there's an issue with the way that the terms have been adjusted in that there are very few members whose terms expire in the year 2025. In fact, there's only one. So the appointment schedule is tilted towards 2022 and 2023 and every 4 years after that, and untilted towards 2024 and 2025. And I would like to see the schedule more balanced. I would like to see that each commission has an expiration every year, so there's sort of a slow, steady, constant turnover on the commissions. And Dave, I would ask you, and I would ask the council to let me work with the mayor to adjust to sort better to fix this problem now, so that we don't fix this issue now, so that we don't have to start fixing it every year and figure out. I think we should just do it once. And as a solution, I would offer sort of a substitute resolution where we take all this and we simply extend all the current commission members by 2 months. I know that this is sort of time sensitive because we have commissioners whose terms are expiring. So I would suggest that we simply extend all of the current terms 2 months and then come back either next month or 2 months from now with a schedule that's more balanced on this year-to-year rotation.
Jeff, I don't have a problem with that suggestion. I think that's actually a better way to do it than trying to work it out tonight. I appreciate that. Is there any other council concerns with that? So Jeff, was that a motion then?
Yeah, that would be a motion to extend all of the current terms of all the board and commission members by 2 months.
Second it.
Second. Okay, well, motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All right, Ashley, could we get a roll call on this one from all council members?
Councilmember Barron.
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito.
Yes.
Councilmember Tice.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards.
Yes.
Mayor Potter.
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Jeff, thank you for the creativity on that. That's a good idea. All right, orders of business. This item number 10 is consideration of resolution 2021-060 to appoint Brian Uhler as interim public safety police officer chief, retired annuitant, effective October 6th, which happens to be tomorrow, 2021. Chip, did you want to intro this?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. It was interesting. I was talking to Chief Euler recently, and I said, "Boy, you better be ready for about 5 o'clock to have your item queued up." Obviously, I was wrong by 3/4 of an hour, but we did have a lot of extraneous business tonight. So I'm pleased to bring this before you. Maxine did a fantastic job as usual, putting her feelers out and finding Chief Euler. He has, I think I've shared his CV with you, and Mary's written a couple of really good articles about his background, his belief system in community policing, his experience both in the U.S. Army as well as a police chief in a community that's very similar to ours, South Lake Tahoe, which is a visitor.
Our police chief is a great guy, Paul Tomasi.
Yeah. Sir, could you, thank you. I think that was Mr., I don't know. So tonight, so Paul spent a good deal of time with Chief Euler, Brian Euler, Maxine and myself as well. So I've asked him to join us as an interim chief. Again, he's a retired annuitant. State law requires you to go through this process where you're, for all intents and purposes, ratifying my decision, but authorizing the contract with Chief Euler. He was successful in finding a place to live, which is not too close, but close to me in Pacific Grove. So maybe we can commute together or something, but I know he's on the line. I'm sure he'd like to say hello to you. We will be visiting all the usual haunts that Chief Tomasi was so intimately familiar with, the CRA and the foundation and the Chamber of Commerce. We'll ask if we can bring him to one of our chamber roundtables. All the groups. He seems to be a very, very good human being and an excellent police chief. You know, one of the things that Sergeant Watkins talked to me recently about in a group of people was the trust bank. You make deposits of trust in a bank, and then in times of a pandemic, you're forced to do some withdrawals. Trust being first earned and then maintained. I believe through my conversations with Chief Euler that he understands that he'll have some time to build that trust with the community, and I think again he'll be an excellent fit for us in the interim. He won't be here for the long term, but we'll have him for a maximum of about 6 months. I have initiated the recruitment process to fill Paul's chair on a permanent basis, and that will be a very intensive recruitment, obviously, because we need to find the right candidate. In the interim, I believe that Chief Euler will be an excellent interim police chief for us, working with the community, certainly the executive team and the staff, and be a really wonderful, hopefully mentor and example leader for our police department. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll stop talking and answer any questions that you may have of me. And again, Chief Euler is available to say hello virtually at this point in time as well.
Excellent. Any questions of Chip at the moment before we go to Brian? All right, well, I don't see him. Brian, would you like to comment? Welcome to the community. Good to have you here. Come highly recommended. But we're looking forward to working with you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I
it's probably premature because you haven't passed the item yet, but I'll say my my piece right now. But Mayor Potter, Council, City Administrator Rierig, and citizens, it's indeed an honor to have been selected as your interim chief. Your city administrator has spoken with me several times, and he's given me a lot of information, a lot to examine, review, and assess in the next few months. But the main priority is to help the organization and the community prepare well for the next chief to be as successful as possible. I look forward to meeting the people of Carmel. It probably won't be a surprise to see me walking or biking around the community, meeting people. I most importantly, look forward to meeting the staff there at the police department, both sworn and unsworn. I think that by all accounts so far I've heard, you got a very professional police department, and I'm looking forward to working with each one of them. And just a final note, Chief Tomasi is not completely off the hook. I know where he works, and he has been very kind and offered continuing support even beyond his, start of his new position. And we're already talking about how we're going to facilitate that. So I have his number, and I'm going to keep him close to me. Thank you very much.
Brian, thank you. Before I go to the council for comments and observations, I go to the public. Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to this? Ashley, how you feeling?
Mayor, I'm not seeing any raised hands.
All righty, well, I'll bring it back for council comments and direction. Council members, I think we all know that this is an incredibly challenging community. Brian, you only get one chance to make a good first impression in this community. You may be only here for 6 months, so that's going to seem like a long time. I want to make sure that you understand that this is a very, very special community. Proud to have you here, but be careful. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Jeff?
Thank you. Yeah, as far as making first impressions go, you've made an excellent one. Chip got that ball rolling for you in the beginning when he said that you had found a place to live, on the peninsula, and we all know how difficult that is. So very many congratulations on your ingenuity and however it was that you arranged that. And he also pointed out that you were a very good human being, and that's always important for the member of the staff. But the thing that really sold me was that we're going to see you, of course, biking around the community. And I'll look forward to my lunch being on a bicycle, and I'll take you on my route around the community. It takes about an hour and only has one really big hill. So welcome to the community, and we're glad to have you.
Thank you. I hope I can hang.
Excellent. Anybody else? Carrie.
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome, Chief Euler. We look forward to working with you. I think you also need to know you're also going to be working with the ambulance. So I think somebody needs to update him on that. So it's not just the police. That's one of our unique features of Carmel. So wanted to remind you of that. And I look forward to meeting you and working with you. Thank you for stepping up and giving us a good transition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I'd also like to welcome you to the community. I look forward to having some very good months with your service. I would like to also let the community know how much we as council people appreciate how hard Maxine Gulo and Chip worked to find an interim chief. It was something that was right at the forefront of their everyday. In fact, Maxine said she didn't sleep very much until she nailed this down. So the community should be very appreciative of our leadership staff, Chip and Maxine, for finding us a replacement, such a great replacement so quickly. So thank you.
Bobby.
Yeah, thanks. Well said, Karen. Maxine and Chip do deserve a big hand for that. Well, welcome, Chief, and can't wait to meet you in person, and look forward to hearing about the first time you ride a high heel permit ticket.
Okay. I'm not sure what that is, but I'm sure I'm going to find out.
Well, we're one of the few communities, I think we're the only community that you actually have to have a license, a permit to wear high heels in this city.
Oh yes, I have read about that. Yeah, that'll be interesting. I'll take that one into consideration.
All right. Well, I do want to thank you for taking an effort to become part of this community. I also want to say your preliminary efforts of reaching out to your colleagues in law enforcement are much appreciated. Also, when it comes to mutual aid, you want to know who's there with you. I appreciate your preliminary outreach even before you got here. So, thank you, Brian. We're looking forward to working with you. And as I always say, don't screw up.
Oh yeah, no, I won't do that. I'm usually a pretty careful guy. Thank you so much for the confidence, and I appreciate it. It's indeed an honor. Thank you.
All right, we do have an action before us. Council, your preferences? I'll make the motion. I'll go ahead and move that we adopt the resolution 2021-060 to appoint Brian Oler as interim public safety director, police chief, retired annuitant, effective tomorrow, October 6th, 2021.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Karen, under discussion.
No, I was going to second it, and Bobby did.
All right, well, there's nothing wrong with multiple seconds. I support that. So, Ashley, can we call a roll?
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Councilmember Tice?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Adopted unanimously.
Welcome aboard, Brian.
Thank you very much. I look forward to meeting each of you.
You can't avoid us. Okay, we'll move on then to item number 11. Thank you guys for that support. Consideration of ordinance 2021-2021-003, first reading, amending municipal code, chapter 8.16 pertaining to solid waste, material recovery, and chapter 12-32 pertaining to the conduct of public property. This is layered on to item number 8, which is on our consent calendar. Anais, are you gonna do this?
Yes, Mayor, I will.
There you are.
Let me share my screen. Okay. Okay, so good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'm Anais Martellet, Environmental Compliance Manager with Public Works. I am presenting tonight our solid waste and materials recovery ordinance update to meet the requirements of Senate Bill 1383. So we'll start with a little bit of background on SB 1383. This is the short-lived climate pollutant bill. It was signed into law in 2016. This is a climate bill. This was signed to reduce methane emissions in landfill. And methane emissions are from organic materials in landfills. So the goals of the bill are to reduce organic material disposal in landfills by 75% by 2025, and to recover 20% of surplus edible food for human consumption also by 2025. If you look at the graph on the right side, you can see that about 2/3 of the waste that goes to landfills in California currently is organic waste. So the purpose of the bill is to reduce that percentage. In November of 2020, CalRecycle issued regulations to implement SB 1383, and we are to begin implementation of the new regulations in January of 2022. And for municipalities that choose not to comply with the new regulations, there is up to $10,000 per day in fines. Luckily, as Senate Bill 619 will help at least make our deadlines a little less strict, which will help implementation from all the municipalities. So some key requirements of SB 1383, it's very far-reaching and extensive. We will be required to provide organics collection service to all residents and all businesses. We also must establish an edible food recovery program. We are required to conduct a significant amount of education and outreach. We will be required to also procure recycled organic materials, such as recycled paper, compost, and such materials. We will need to begin We will begin enforcement in January of 2024, and there is also a significant amount of additional reporting to CalRecycle. So how we plan on complying with these new requirements. On organics collection, we are amending the municipal code, and this is the topic of this item. We are also currently in the process of amending our franchise agreement with Green Waste Recovery, as well as negotiating the cost of the franchise agreement amendments. So this will come to council at an ulterior meeting. Edible food recovery, again, we're amending the municipal code. We are also working regionally with the Waste Management District and other local cities on a regional MOU. So that was at the consent agenda. This will help all the municipalities locally meet the requirements. As much as we can do regionally, it really helps. It also helps with being consistent with each other so that people, our residents, aren't as confused about the requirements. On public outreach, we are amending the franchise agreement with Green Waste. Green Waste already does a lot of outreach on behalf of the cities, so it makes sense for them to also do SB 1383 outreach. We are also going to do public outreach regionally. We want to have our outreach materials be consistent throughout the region, and they will be both in English and Spanish, and we will rely heavily on images because we've found that that's the easiest way for people to understand what goes where. Additionally, there will be a significant amount of outreach also directly from city staff to our residents and businesses. On procurement, we will be amending our environmentally preferable purchasing policy. This will come back to council again at a future meeting. And also we are amending the franchise agreement so that the city can take credit for the recycled natural gas that Green Waste uses in their garbage trucks. On enforcement, we're amending again the municipal code. We're also going to work regionally on a contract to have a consultant help do lid flipping on behalf of all the cities and monitoring of the containers. And then city staff will be responsible for follow-up enforcement. And finally, on reporting, this will be a multi-pronged effort, including Green Waste Recovery, the Waste Management District, and city staff. So as you can see, this is fairly far-reaching. Any help, really, the SB 619 will help us even just get the basics, because all these things are a significant amount of efforts on behalf of staff, and they will be fairly costly as well. So now diving into the ordinance amendments, we're actually amending two chapters. The main chapter that is being amended is chapter 8.16. This used to be called our garbage chapter. It will now be called the solid waste and materials recovery chapter. Our chapter was quite outdated, so this is a near complete rewrite of the chapter. We worked with HF&H consultants and Rankin consultants on incorporating model ordinance language that HF&H actually put together for the local peninsula cities. And revised language was reviewed by the city attorney's office. We also made significant updates to the definitions in the chapter to be consistent with the state. And we have removed quite a bit of outdated and out of place sections, including sections on ashes. And there was a franchise procurement section that really fits better under our procurement chapter of the municipal code. We also made a minor edit to chapter 12.32 related to litter in the public areas. and basically to incorporate dumping enforcement language and to remove outdated language regarding scheduled pickup of pine needles. That's the only change to that chapter. Now we will dive into all the new requirements that were included in chapter 8.16, starting with single family homes. The new ordinance requirements are to subscribe and participate in the 3 container collection services and to properly source, separate recyclables, organic material, and solid waste. What that means in practical terms, the residential properties will retain the same containers. So the gray, green, and blue containers that are currently on private property, on private residential properties, will remain the same. However, residents will now be required to put their food waste into the green cart instead of the gray one. The city will begin monitoring containers, and for people who do not place waste, organics, or recyclable items in the correct container will be notified. It's important to note that for those people who think that recycling is too complicated and end up putting everything in the gray bin, that will also be considered contamination. We cannot put organics or recyclables in the gray bin anymore. Finally, we maintain the same language that the ordinance had regarding the containers in the backyards and the side yards to be in to match the zoning code. If the zoning code gets updated on that topic, then this chapter, the sentence about the backyard and side yard in this chapter should also be updated to match the zoning code. Next, we go on to requirements for commercial businesses. They are significant. They will need to subscribe and participate in the 3 container system. They will need to supply source separated recyclable and organics materials containers in all indoor and outdoor areas where waste containers are provided for customers. They will need to properly label all these containers. They will need to provide staff training. They will need to inspect containers on a quarterly basis to ensure that there's no contamination. And for those who generate fat, oil, and grease as part of their normal operations, they will need to utilize a licensed contractor for handling. So what that means in practice is that the businesses that don't already subscribe to either food waste or yard trimmings will need to begin to do so. One thing to note here is currently our restaurants that have food waste collection have yellow bins. And these yellow bins are going to stay for now, but they will be phased out as they break or they need to be replaced. As they need to be replaced, they will be replaced by green bins. So over time, the yellow bins will be phased out and everyone will just have green bins. There will be a waiver process for those businesses that don't generate much organic materials. And there will also be a waiver process for those that have significant space constraints. It will be fairly strict, and there will likely be a fee for the time needed for the staff to process those waivers. Businesses that provide waste bins for customers, they will also need to provide recyclables and food waste bins. And they will need to clearly label all these containers. So say a coffee shop that now has a waste container in the shop will also have to have a recyclables bin and a food waste bin. Business owners will also be responsible for staff training and for checking containers. And we don't want to see any fat, oil, and grease in either the waste containers or the sanitary sewer. That's because the green waste trucks are not designed to handle large amounts of fat, oil, and grease, and neither is the sanitary sewer. So for those businesses that generate a large amount of fat, oil, and grease, they will need to have their own hauler their own. It's basically licensed contractor. And finally, they must allow city staff access or their designees for inspections. The next is multifamily. They will need to participate in the 3-container system. They will need to label containers and provide information and outreach to employees, contractors, and tenants. They will also need to provide timely information for new tenants, and they will need to ensure that their landscape contractors comply with our organics requirements. What that means in practice is that multifamily property managers and owners will be responsible to inform their tenants and contractors. So the next is CalGreen and M-Willow requirements. M-Willow has to do with water efficient landscapes. These requirements really are already in those laws in CalGreen and M-Willow. This is just reinforcing those requirements. So the requirements are for new commercial and multifamily construction projects or significant additions to provide adequate space for recycling containers, and for new landscape areas over 500 square feet or landscape redesigns over 2,500 square feet, they will need to utilize minimum prescribed amounts of compost and mulch in those installations. Also, organic compost from post-consumer sources will be preferred. As I mentioned, this is just a reinforcement of existing requirements. Next is our commercial edible commercial edible food generators. Tier 1 and Tier 2 generators must arrange for edible food collection, and they must keep records of the amount of edible food recovered and provide those upon request. What that means in practice, we have done a preliminary evaluation of the Tier 1 and Tier 2 thresholds, and we don't think there are any businesses in Carmel that trigger those. Our businesses are generally too small. And so, but the city is still involved in the regional effort to develop edible food recovery. So we will provide the information on edible food recovery programs to our local businesses that want to participate voluntarily. Finally, last but not least, monitoring and enforcement. The new requirements include that the city must conduct monitoring of containers to determine compliance with SB 1383. We must conduct outreach in 2022 and 2023, and we will continue to do so in the continuing years. And we must start enforcement in 2024. What this means is we are working regionally with the TAC on a request for proposal for consultant to conduct the container monitoring on behalf of all the local agencies. And the city staff will conduct a follow-up enforcement as necessary. And also this will involve a significant amount of additional tracking and reporting. And this will involve staff from the Waste Management District, the regional consultant, the city, and Green Waste. So in conclusion, we recommend that Council waive the reading in full and introduce on first reading an ordinance amending Municipal Code Chapter 8.16 pertaining to solid waste and materials recovery, and Chapter 12.32 pertaining to conduct on public property. Any questions?
Ines, thank you for that presentation. Are there any questions at this time by council members before I open up to the public for comments or questions?
Yes.
Okay, question.
Ines, does this have any requirements regarding large events that are happening in town as far as how the waste generated is handled? For example, our car week or the birthday celebration, things like that. Are we required to have 3 bins and have them monitored?
So there are requirements associated with events for edible food recovery, but local events do not trigger those requirements. And as far as the recycling requirements, I don't. I would have to double check on that. I believe they will be required for those events that generate food. They will be required to provide the 3 different bins.
Okay, and a second question is, there's confusion between, say, a plastic cup that's recyclable and a plastic cup that's compostable. So there's going to be a learning curve here, and
yes,
yeah,
that will be an issue. And to be fair, I don't think the enforcement will be as granular as looking at the individual number of items that are going to be in the carts. I think we will be looking more for egregious issues, but the compostable versus recyclable issue is a continuing problem. I think people see compostable and think recyclable, and so we end up with a lot of compostable items in the recyclable bins, and they are not recyclable. They should actually generally be put in the garbage. In the commercial district, they can be put in a compostable bin, but in the residential, they will be put in the garbage.
Okay.
Are there any other questions before I go to the public?
I have one, Mayor.
Okay, Bobby.
Yeah, Agnes, I see it. There's going to be a price increase that's under negotiation. Do we have any idea how much more? I mean, it seems like this franchise has been increased a lot. Do we have any idea how much the next increase is going to be?
So I will say this, yes, the franchise has increased quite a bit. The increases that we have had in the past were for services rendered at the time. They are not for these additional SB 1383 requirements. We're currently in the middle of negotiations with Green Waste. So it is hard for me at this point to say, where this will land. I can fairly comfortably say it will land somewhere less than 10% increase in Carmel, but I can't really go into much more detail as far as that, because we're still right in the middle of it.
Okay, thank you. And then this is more of probably a pedestrian question, but how are there going to be plastic bags that we can buy, or how do we get the food from our kitchen to this bin?
Yes, that is also going to be an issue. So there are currently, there are a couple things that can be done. We recommend using a smaller container in your kitchen for your day-to-day use. And you could line it with newspaper, or there are compostable bags that are available. We don't necessarily recommend their use, but they are out there, and this is not going to be considered contamination if that ends up in the bin. So there are a couple of options. It's not ideal. Right. And I think a lot of these issues will be figured out as we go. Unfortunately, that is one of the issues I'm a little concerned about.
Yeah, well, it just goes back to our first presenter of CalAm, washing these things out every day.
Right.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other questions?
Yes, I have another one. Agnes, in San Francisco, they've been doing this for a while, and they give out a small plastic compost pail to everyone. Is that something that is in this possibility?
Yeah, we have, in the MOU, we actually have funding for a number of kitchen pails. We will hand them out on a first come, first served basis. So it will be upon request. We don't want to hand pails out to everybody because we don't think everyone will use them. So instead, we will be handing them out to those who will request them.
All righty, see no other questions. I'll open it up to the public. Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item at this time? Ashley?
I'm not seeing anyone, Mr. Mayor. Agnes, would you stop sharing your screen?
There.
I think we're clear, Mr. Mayor.
I just wanted to mention we have Zoe Schultz from the Waste Management District in the audience. And so if anybody has any questions for the Waste Management District, she's also available.
All right, great, thank you. All right, I'll bring it back to council for discussion direction. Carrie, you're our representative. Did you have any comments from the management district side of things?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor. The issue of putting your compost into the yard bin, they are recommending that they really don't want to generate more plastic by handing a plastic container out to everyone. So they're hoping that people do find a small container in their home that they can reuse for this purpose. I use an old ice bucket and I put it in my freezer. The second thing is they are not recommending the compostable bags because the whole point of this is a lot of this is going to be used as compost for agriculture, and the ag business does not want plastic in their compost or their fertilizer. So the person or the company that is going to have to sift through all this, they're going to have to get those bags out before they can process. Is that right, Zoe? Zoe's with the waste district. So I want to make sure I'm saying everything correctly.
That's exactly right, Carrie. Thank you.
So we're hoping people find a little container that they can use for this, and then you are supposed to dump it directly into the yard, your compost or your food waste directly into the yard container. So that's number one. It's a heavy load. My question to Chip is, are we going to have to hire another person to help with the monitoring and all that? So I do have a question for Chip on that one.
You know, I think thank you, Councilmember Tice. I think it remains to be seen. I'll work with Agnes. Thank you, Agnes. That was a great presentation. I know this was a complicated, unfunded state mandate for us to implement. And Brian, I guess we have two Brians now. So Brian Pierrick and his team for helping out review this. I think it remains to be seen. As I have told you, and I don't mind saying at this point in the meeting, we're at a capacity. So I am going to be coming back to you with a request for additional staffing. And so I'll work directly with Agnes on what that capacity need is, ma'am. And I'll be back.
So thank you, Chip. Karen Filito's, Councilmember Filito is absolutely correct. This is going to be an educational challenge to get everybody to sort the recycling and put things, trash in trash and recycling and yard waste and compost in the other bin. So it's going to be a long process. I was encouraged by Senator Laird that maybe we've got some wiggle room here and maybe some funding, because what does concern me is this is a heavy burden on a city to and a region to implement this. So I'm looking forward to seeing what SB 619 has to say. So thank you, Mayor.
And Carrie, thank you for your work on the topic. I know you've been frontline on this. I appreciate that. Jeff, did you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you. A couple of comments. I know Agnes spoke about it before. The whole back or side yard thing is a little bit strange. I know we're going to talk about that when we get to the design regulations, but just something I would ask Agnes and Bob to sort of flag that and keep Brandon on his toes when we get to that, so the two pieces of code can be put into shape. A question for Ms. Schultz. Is the green bucket in front of my house that I'm going to put my lawn clippings and my food waste in, is that a different refuse stream than the yellow bucket that the restaurants will be using. So they're two separate places. They go to separate places once they hit Marina?
Yes, great question, Councilmember Barron. Yes, they come to our site both, but they are processed differently. So we do keep the two streams separate, but both are composted on our site.
I know that one of the things that, thank you. So I know that one of the things that Agnes and I talked about was, and you know, Carrie and I have spoken about on climate change and all those things, is that there's a reluctance on the part of residential homeowners to have 4 buckets. That would be, you know, basically a black bucket and a blue bucket, or sorry, a gray bucket and a blue bucket and a green bucket and a yellow bucket. Did the Waste District consider giving us the opportunity to have a yellow bucket like inside one of the other buckets? And the reason I'm asking this question is that you know, we drain out. So for example, in our daily kitchen life, we separate out the fat and the grease, and it just goes into a plastic thing that's in the refrigerator. And when it fills up, it goes into the garbage. And I'm thinking about what I'm going to do with this big plastic container of grease, and what I'm going to do with the grease that my kitchen generates. And am I just going to go out to the street and dump this pile of grease, you know, dump this bin of grease in my green bucket? What if there's no lawn clippings in my green bucket? And I'm thinking about this, and I'm thinking about the raccoons that live around here, and I'm thinking about the second homeowners, and you know, that come every once in a while and leave their buckets on the street or behind, and they're not. And I have one down my street that, you know, it's never raccoon proofed, and someone comes, and on Tuesday the whole thing is emptied out onto Jane Powers Walkway. And so the grease issue, you know, for me, and the food issue for people is really, you know, it's frankly kind of gross to think about what's going to be happening, and this sort of scent or, you know, feeling of being in the commercial district is going to somehow permeate out into the residential district with all this. So how should I think about that to be comfortable? Or is there another solution, or, you know, a yellow bucket solution? Or is there anything we can do here with respect to that?
That's a loaded question. I think you had probably about 20 questions within that, but they were all good. And I think
it's all about the grease.
They're all questions that we're going to be facing as we start to separate our food waste from the garbage. Grease in particular is an item that we will not be accepting in the program. So we're looking for food scraps, with the exception of any liquids, oil, and grease. And the only other item is raw meats. So raw meat.
So what do I do with that stuff? Like, what do I do with the plastic container of grease? So I've got a plastic container which is sort of recyclable, but it's not recyclable because it's got grease, you know, because it's plastic, but it's food contaminated. Now I don't have any place I can put it. Or do I have to bring it to City Hall and put it under Chip's window in that yellow bucket?
We do accept that at our site, and I believe, Agnes, maybe you can help me out with that. Is that also collected by Green Waste as a part of the contract separately?
The grease, actually, that would be put in the garbage container, I believe. If it's not a giant amount, which on the residential, in residential houses, it's not a very large amount, that goes in the garbage, as far as I know.
Yeah, and
so that would continue.
That would continue. So one of the things, the way that I'd like to think about this ick factor as we approach putting food scraps into our existing yard trimmings, is that a great idea is to layer your yard waste or yard trimmings with the food scraps. So that helps if you put a nice layer of green waste, similarly to composting in a backyard, before you put your food waste in. That helps with the ick factor. It helps with the smell. It helps with potentially any flies that could be generated as a part of this. And also just making sure that you're taking out your food pail that's in your kitchen every few days and emptying it into that cart. You know, we're already collecting, Green Waste is already collecting food scraps in the garbage. So it's really just moving it from one can to another. So there shouldn't be any more smell necessarily as a result of this. But if you aren't using a bag, like a bio bag or something like that, it has potential to create an ick factor in your cart if you're not lining it with the green waste.
Yeah, so thank you for that. My comments back to you would be, one, you know, the yard work in my house, which I don't do, thankfully, happens once a week. And so layering the yard waste in my green bucket with the food waste, which happens every day, is really not, you know, it's not something that's going to happen in my house. And I don't think it's going to happen. You know, we have, obviously, you know, we have a lot of vacation homes here, and, you know, the yard guy comes Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, and the homeowner comes on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And, you know, there are going to be two layers. One is green and one is food. And who knows which one is going to be on the bottom. So that's a little bit of an issue. And then, you know, going back to, you know, I guess Councilmember Ferlito's comments about the bags, you know, the ick factor comes in being encouraged not to use the bag. And I think that, you know, and again, I'm only speaking for myself and how I process food, you know, in my house. You know, I could much more easily deal with separating out my food waste. You know, I already have a compost bin in my sink that we put the vegetable matter into, and we compost in our backyard. So separating out the food waste, you know, is a little bit of a lift, but I could put a second container in my sink and deal with it. It's the lack of the bag that's the problem for me. It's, you know, knowing that someone at the facility in Marina is going to be separating out these bags makes me feel terrible about using the bag. I mean, I don't want to use a bag, and, you know, I don't want to use a bag only to have someone in Marina, you know, be sorting through my green bin, you know, to remove this bag that I was kind of forced to put in there. So that's the real problem for me. And I'm really struggling with this, and I guess we're up against this state law, but this seems like a disaster. Right now, it seems like a disaster in the making. And I know that Anya is asking us to be patient, and I'm trying to be patient. I'm trying to be patient with all this, but it's a really big lift for me right now. So thank you.
All right, that noted. Is there any other questions or comments? Karen?
You know, as we said a minute ago, it's going to be a lift, but it's going to be very dependent on the education that goes out into the community. Also, if we can get good signage to attach to the bins that will have pictures to show people what to do. Several years ago, we got some stickers and they deteriorated over a period of time and weren't replaced. My bin, I don't wash it very often, but I will if I get a new sticker. But it's, you know, we have to be part of the solution. We are making the problem. We are making the waste. We have to be responsible for it. So, you know, I think if we explain to people why this bill was passed and what it hopes to accomplish, I always like to see a reason behind what we're being asked to do. So, you know, I think that's going to be a very, very important component. I also am concerned with vacation people who we already see walk across the street at Scenic and dump their garbage in the public bins down at the beach. And we don't want that to be encouraged because it makes it easier for them to dispose of things. So there will have to be a lot of education for people who rent their homes out for the month to their clients.
So I might opine, I guess. Kara, did you want to go ahead?
I just wanted to address one question that Councilman Member Richards had about what it's going to cost. Part of the issue here is Green Waste is going to have to hire 2 to 4 new people to handle the customer service, telephone lines, and for the educational component. So that is going to be part of the cost increase in the garbage, your garbage bill. Now, what's interesting is that another waste hauler actually has cameras on their trucks in the county, and your garbage is actually screened. So I'm not sure if Green Waste is looking at that and you get a notice if you have something in the wrong container, and then you get billed for it automatically. So I'm not sure if Green Waste is going to be going to those extremes, but that is part of the increase of compliance, which costs more money. Thank you.
Thank you. So in my mind, we don't have much option here. This smells an awful lot. It smells a little like grease, but it also smells like a major unfunded mandate handed down from on high to local jurisdictions to go out and implement. I agree it's well intended. We need to do it. But the fact of the matter is that it always ends up in a local jurisdiction to go ahead and implement and fund. And so not only are we funding, but we're also going ahead and saying, well, maybe we'll get some grants. Well, grants are usually for one-time purposes only. They don't deal with ongoing operations. And while I looked at the staff report, I did notice that it's allocated, the cost, when you divide it up amongst the districts, it's allocated by population. So it's not as devastating to Carmel as it would be to other jurisdictions, but it still comes with a cost that we will have to bear locally. That's unfair. I do think John Laird has done a good job of representing our concerns well, but I do hope that we would come out of this with some other ways of dealing with unfunded mandates. I mean, at the county level, we always complain about it, but at the city levels, we bear it even more. So I would think that we could go ahead and make sure that we advocate in the future for no more unfunded mandates, because that's what this is. It's a huge mandate on us locally. So that's it. Jeff, we're moving on.
Yeah, I have a question for Anya, something that Carrie mentioned about the costs. You know, one of the things that we had, you know, when you were going through your presentation, there are sort of a lot of agencies that have monitoring and reporting requirements with respect to this. And, you know, Green Waste does some things and the Waste District does some things and the city does some things. And so I'm assuming that over the course of the next few years and then after that, the city is going to have, you know, personnel requirements. And I know that one of my colleagues asked Chip, I think it was Carrie, that asked Chip about the personnel requirements. And so there's some cost that's going to flow to the city that the city itself, the government enterprise that is the city, is going to incur. Have we thought about, in order to fund those costs, will we eat those costs out of the franchise? Will we eat those costs out of our current revenue stream, or will we increase the garbage collection costs and then increase the refund? You know, the sort of money that comes back to us through that to service. Like, will the ratepayers pay it or will the taxpayers pay it? That's sort of my question. And I will say I hope that we don't have cameras monitoring our garbage, because I'm going to be in a lot of trouble.
Anya, if I may, let me start, and when I get it wrong, you can please correct me gently. You know, so you know, if there's increased enforcement, you know, our fees are based on the level of effort we put into something. So again, if for example, we find that monitoring landscape services is costing us more to monitor what will be the green waste bin for everyone, then we will, my recommendation to you would be to raise the business license fee on that particular service sector to pay for the increased compliance efforts. So Agnes, how was that, and what do you think?
Yes, that makes sense. We may also have review fees for some of these waivers. That is something we can do. And if there are going to be a significant number of waivers that are going to impact staff, then a fee may be a way to at least recoup some of the cost of the staff time for that review. And same thing for enforcement. Depending on where the enforcement ends up happening, we might we might pull that funding from different pockets.
So the money that we collect from the franchise fee from Green Waste, which I know pays some of your salary, Agnes, or someone's salary inside of Bob's department, do we have to go through this? Do we go through the same sort of rigorous technical analysis at setting those franchise fees as we do when we set like permit fees, Chip? So if we, if you discover that it costs $50,000 a year to monitor SB 1383, we could distribute the $50,000 a year just pro rata across all the garbage collection bills in the city. Is that right? We could make that decision without doing the sort of fee analysis that Mr. Purick makes us do on the other side. And then I would say, to Karen's point before, I completely agree with Karen that we need to clean up our own mess. Like that's a given. I mean, we need to not be responsible for making the environment worse than it is. My concern here is that we are going to a 3-bin solution and not a 4-bin solution, or a 1-bin solution inside of a 3-bin solution, where food waste goes inside a little bin inside one of the bigger bins. My fear is that we're going to create an intractable problem with the green bins that we won't be able to fix, like with the number of vacation homeowners we have in town. When Ms. Schultz was talking about, when Agnes was talking about the different colors of the bins, the yellow versus green bins, I think that we have such an association with the green bin that it's going to be really difficult for people to, frankly, to start putting their garbage, their food waste in the green bin. And I think it would be almost easier, personally, I think it would be almost easier to take the green bins out of the residential district and make them all yellow. Like, this is now a different bin than what we've been doing. But I know that yellow is a worse color than green. But what I would say is that color, we're completely changing things. And I'm not optimistic about what's going to happen here.
Council member, if I may, and I apologize if I cut you off, sir. We were the first community in coastal California to have curbside recycling. You remember when you used to have to separate into 3 different bins: plastics, paper, and aluminum and glass, or something like that. And then we had the combined recycling. And remember when you could talk on your cell phone without a hands-free device? I mean, this is just part of the natural evolution. I agree with the mayor 100%. It's unfortunate that Sacramento doesn't think about unfunded mandates before they implement these things. This is going in the right direction for future generations. I mean, this is in the same ethic as of our sustainability mindset. So it's going to take some getting used to. And again, I think that's why what Agnes is saying is we're gonna have to spend some capacity on outreach and education. My prediction is that 18 months after we implement this, it'll become second nature, and the market will respond with mechanisms to ensure that we don't have vector problems and icky stuff and what have you. So bear with us, please, and we'll do our best. But we're here to receive feedback not only from the council but from the public on how this is working, and working with our partners. This is the waste district is a community. It's a community asset. It's a quasi-governmental agency, and the hauler is an investor-owned utility at this point. So anyway, bear with us, sir. We'll get through it.
Okay, that noted, specific to the action before us, do we have a motion to go ahead and have the first reading of ordinance 2021-003?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second. Is there any other discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
I
want to make clear that you're just requesting a reading of the title. Is that right at this point?
That's right.
Okay. Yeah, we don't need a motion on that. You can just ask me to do it. I'll be glad to oblige. So this is ordinance number 2021-003, an ordinance amending the Carmel-by-the-Sea Municipal Code to address mandatory organic waste disposal reduction. And now would be the time to make the motion to waive further reading.
I'll make the motion to waive the first reading in full and introduce on first reading ordinance 2021-003.
I'll second it.
Excellent. We have a motion and a discussion. Any other discussion? See none. Ashley, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Barron.
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito.
Yes.
Councilmember Tice.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards.
Yes.
Mayor Potter.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
So before we proceed to a much needed bio break, I did get my procedural amnesia seems to have set up, and I did forget that I had said that we would take the consideration of item number 14, which is the exemption, the surplus right-of-way issue, and take that continuance item beforehand. I actually said I'd do that before we even went to the consent. So my apologies for those of you that have been patiently waiting for our discussion about over our garbage waste. But if we could, Brandon, would you like to lead us into this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, there's not too much discussion to be had, no presentation. We did receive a request today from the applicant's representative for a continuance. We understand that the applicant be unavailable to attend today via Zoom or otherwise, and so they respectfully requested a continuance to the next city council meeting, which would be November 2nd. November 2nd.
All right. Any questions regarding this from council members? Jeff?
Yes, I have a question about what you're asking us to do. It feels a little bit like, staff has been through a lot and the community has been through a lot, and it feels a tiny bit like, and it feels just a tiny bit like we're going to continue this to November the 2nd, and then it's just going to disappear without a trace. So when we continue this to November 2nd, will the community get a chance to speak on the issues that have been raised by this request? Like, it will for sure appear on the council's agenda. The applicant won't be able to simply drop his request. The community has been through a lot in obviously in dealing with this. And I would like to hear from the community, and I would like to make sure that, if that's not going to happen tonight, that will in fact happen on November 2nd.
It's my intention that it would, but I don't know. I'm just one member. Brandon?
Well, I can speak to that a little bit, and Brian may want to back me up on this, but if the council decides to continue it tonight, then legally, because it was noticed for this hearing, it would be on the next city council's agenda. We would probably renotice it again just to be safe. We wouldn't legally have to, because it was at a duly noticed meeting that you continued it. To your question about whether or not the applicant would be forced to have their item on the agenda, if they withdrew their application, I don't believe that there's an application to hear, but I'll let Brian.
Yeah, and I think that's, and excuse me, Mr. Barrick, I think that's my problem. The city has noticed this a couple of times. Staff has put a tremendous amount of effort into the production of this agenda item, and it feels a little bit to me like this is just going to disappear into thin air. And now you're talking about noticing it again. So thousands of dollars of money for the noticing. Everybody's up in arms. We've gotten dozens of emails about this. And I really want to make sure, as a council member, I'm asking you that this not be dropped off of the next agenda, that we have this hearing, and that there's, the applicant is not going to simply come to us and say, no, I've dropped my request, and therefore you don't need to hear it.
Okay, well, the answer I would give to that is that they could withdraw the request, and if they do, there's nothing to take action on. What's before you now is a request for a continuance, given the unavailability of the applicant. And I agree with Brandon that the matter can be continued to a date certain. And Brandon indicated that in the interest of extra transparency, that it would be renoticed, even though legally it's not required to be. But if it's renoticed, then that would just provide an extra layer of notification to the public that it's going to be heard in November.
Yeah, you can tell that I'm pretty agitated about this. We're going to go through exactly the same thing next month. We put a tremendous amount of effort in the city. We're not getting paid for any of this effort. It's starting to feel a little bit like, and it's starting to feel a little bit like we're being, sort of led around. We're sort of being led around here. And I would really like to make sure that, the public that have spoken to us about this in so many emails get a chance to opine on what they think about this.
Brandon, am I incorrect? But one of the problems with this is that the actual owner and the owner's representative were not notified, but only the architect was notified? I mean, it's a chain of communication that's out of our control, but still, is that not part of the problem here?
I believe, Mr. Mayor, I can't substantiate that, but I do know that the notice was done properly. Was done to all the neighbors, it was in the paper, and it was sent to the agent for the development project. I do think you're correct. I don't believe that was shared with the attorney or the property owner. As you said, it's a bit of a chain of communication. And so the owner is not able to be with us tonight, nor the agent.
Okay, well, thank you. Carrie?
Brian, do we, as a council, we don't have to grant the continuance, do we?
Well, you don't have to, but I would say that since there's been a request and it's based on the unavailability of the applicant, there could be a potential challenge if you went forward in his absence.
Thank you for that clarification.
Anybody else? All right, why don't I open it up then for public comment? Karen, there's a question.
Yes, I don't quite understand why we can't take public testimony anyway on this issue, since it was noticed properly.
I'll let public testimony go to the issue of the continuance.
If I could, Mayor, did you want me to answer that?
Please.
Okay. Yeah, the problem would be that the applicant is not here to hear the testimony, and his representative isn't here. So if you have the public speaking tonight, they wouldn't have a chance to address it, at least tonight. And then, so I suppose they could watch the video and hear the comment, but there hasn't been a staff report presented. And I think the reason for that is based on the request for the continuance.
Okay, I have a specific question. In response to what Victoria Beach brought up about procedure, is there anything that we could do to say, we don't want to be reacting all the time to these things, that if there is surplus property in the city, it be decided at the beginning of a year or something, and then presented that way? Otherwise, there is no surplus property without our review to identify surplus property. That way,
Council member, I mean, you could agendize a discussion of what, if anything, that we will do with, I hate calling it surplus property, but right of way, unimproved right of way, or what have you. You could create a policy about that. We can't do it tonight, clearly, but if you add it to your work program, we're going to talk about your work program next Tuesday. It could be something that we add to the quiver of things for us to work on. And that way, we wouldn't even entertain. Well, we'd still have the obligation of entertaining a request to vacate surplus property right away. But we can also show a policy that says, well, look, we don't support these philosophically.
As a matter of policy, but not as a project by project basis.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd support that. All right, let's move on then. So is there anybody in the public that's waited around this long to speak? I apologize for the delay. It was my mistake. Victoria?
Hi, I'm now, I think, known as Mom's iPhone there. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I've moved on to my next appointment, but now you're on my phone. So thank you, Dave, for helping me keep my powder dry. I think it's slightly moist, but maybe it will ignite. I don't know. My concern here is that this meeting, as was just stated by staff, was properly noticed. It can, of course, be heard now. Every time these sorts of things happen, the chaos and scheduling, several people, as I said before, were planning on being here at the end of the meeting, and they were planning to be at the beginning of the meeting. Now we're here in the middle of the meeting. As Jeff pointed out, it is an enormous effort by many, many people. The man hours, the person hours put into this by the citizens, the unpaid citizens, and all of you are enormous. And let's not forget the applicant, who will also be gearing up again for next month. So let's also keep in mind that the presence of the folks who have initiated this
item is a privilege, it's a request. They don't have to be here. And we could, in fact, hear a staff report and you all could settle the matter and put us all out of our misery, including the applicant. So this is just, a sort of matter of practicality and stress for everybody involved. So I request that you at least consider that as a full council, as a possible course of action. If you decide not to do that, then it seems to me that Jeff's concern about having the community weigh in on this incredibly important general issue could simply be addressed by agendizing that matter, the general matter, regardless of whether the applicant reappears next month. So thank you very much for hearing me again. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you for your patience. My apologies.
No
Anybody
worries.
else wishing to speak? I see Carolyn Hardy may have her hand up. I don't know if that's true or not.
I do. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate the opportunity. I have to support what Victoria was just suggesting, is that I think, now that I'm not on city council anymore, I can come forward and say, this applicant's just jerking all of you around. He's jerking the city around. And this could easily go away if they want to just drop it and it goes away. That would be a good thing, then make the whole issue moot issue, excuse me. But I think too, I would suggest just a general agenda item, as Victoria is suggesting, and as Jeff Barron is concerned, is let the community weigh in and use this particular application as an example for the discussion. And there's a real simple solution to this man's problem, and that's design a home that fits the site. And the problem is it's trying to overbuild a very small site, and that's causing all of the problems. And I would really, really encourage you to consider agendizing the item in general, as Victoria suggested. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? All right, bring it back to council for consideration. Council members.
So what's on the table?
So what did you say? The item of the continuance is before us now. I'm going to support a continuance, not because I don't disagree with what they're saying, but not because I disagree with what the public's saying, just simply as a matter of fair process. I don't think we can go ahead and avoid any possible allegations of short-circuiting a public review of this by going ahead and hearing it now. The applicant's not even present. That's my issue. Anybody else? Bobby?
Well, it seems like in the past, when an applicant pulls their item, we've always allowed it. So would we be doing something different tonight than we normally do if we were to hear it?
I would think yes. That's my issue. I mean, I don't think that we can go ahead and have a hearing that's fair to the applicant without the applicant present. And I do think there's valid issue about just, why don't we look at this from a policy standpoint? Application be damned. Let's go on record with a position on the disposition of public property. I mean, if we say we don't want it to come forward as part of an application, if we had an annual review, I don't know who suggested that, but there may be some pieces of property that are never going to be of any value to anyone. I don't know, but I don't really know what our full inventory is. So I would support the continuance.
I would support it based on the fact that we've never done this before.
Carrie?
Well, I begrudgingly support a continuance based on the recommendation by our attorney.
All right.
I'd like to say something, please. I don't like having to constantly react to things that come as somewhat of a surprise to the community. If you hadn't read the notice in the paper or whatever, and people did plan to speak this evening, we have received multiple emails. We have received a petition from former elected officials and mayors. This needs a policy rather than a reaction to an ask. And I really feel that maybe what we ought to do is table this until we deal with the policy first.
Well, let's deal with the issue of the continuance. I'll make a motion to continue this item till the date of November 2nd, I believe it was. And that'll be my motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, any other discussion specific to the continuance? Jeff?
Yes, thank you. I'll take, I have the same opinion as Gary. I'll begrudgingly, Dave, you're right, and Bobby's right, and about applicants do have the right to continue their application. I would ask, though, Mr. Lombardo, given everything that's happened here and the costs that the city is incurring, if you are inclined to drop this application, I would make a personal appeal that you do it in the next few days so that we don't go through the whole noticing process and the whole agendizing process that the city has gone through once for apparently no effect.
Yeah. All righty. Well, Brandon, you heard that. You can tell Mr. Lombardo that.
Yeah, staff will proactively reach out to the applicant and share that message.
All right, great. A motion, we have a second. Any other discussion? All right, Ashley, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Reluctantly, yes.
Councilmember Tice?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
It is unanimous.
All right, it is now 6:57. Why don't we come back at 7:15, 7:10? What's your preference? 7:15? Okay, we'll come back at 7:15. Thank you. All right, we're back live. It's now 7:15. It's still the same day, the 5th of October, I believe. So what we've got is the first reading of the draft ordinance amending Chapter 17.40 of the Carmel Municipal Code related to signs. I believe Brandon and maybe Brian will opine on this one.
I believe we already covered this one. Oh, no, we didn't.
We didn't. Nice try. I wish we had.
Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, that would be Brandon.
Yep.
All right.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Happy Tuesday. Here to present the first reading of an ordinance which would amend Chapter 17.40 of our municipal code related to signs. There we go. So just a quick overview. Our current sign ordinance is out of date. There's potential constitutionality issues, and I believe we've talked about this already in the past. Most notably is that we're not allowed to regulate content of signs. This posed an issue during the 2020 election, which some may remember, with respect to number and content of signs. So there's been some revisions drafted to bring this ordinance into compliance. The Planning Commission heard this on September 8th this year, as they're required to do to make a recommendation to City Council for all land use ordinances. So this is the first reading by City Council. There will be a second reading needed, or a second hearing needed. And after that, because this is part of our zoning title, it will require an LCP amendment. And so those are the next steps. Summary of the changes, I'll run through these relatively quickly. The streamlining the administrative approval process. The original process had too much discretion over the content itself. The Planning Commission becomes the appeal authority in this case. Revision of the term business signs. We must allow businesses to have non-commercial messages. And this seems just like a small change, but it's important. Because under the constitutionality laws, we can't require businesses to put their name on there. Again, we can't control content. So we can manage things, time, place, manner, color, materials, lighting, things like that, but we can't not manage content. So we can't require the name of a business on there. Permit exemption for a set number of temporary signs in residential districts, 1 per street frontage, no limitation during election periods, and that is important. But like I said before, this fixes an unintended prohibition on political signs. That the period during the election periods, it's 90 days before an election and 10 days after an election. Technically, it could be any sign during that period because once again, you can't show favor or discouragement for one type of content over the other. But to ensure that the political process can take place, that period is opened up for an unlimited amount of signs. Some more summary of the changes here. Removal of all content-based sign regulations. That's in response to a specific legal case. We can prohibit certain types of signs in zoning districts. Things with flashing lights, noise making, self-illuminated, internal lighting, movement, noise-attracting features, sounds. Like we wouldn't be able to permit those big floppy guys that you see at car lots or anything like that because that's attention getting. As fun as those things might be. And expanding the authority for city to remove abandoned commercial signs. We added that in there. It wasn't really very strong in our previous ordinance. So we'd like to have some authority and ability to remove signs that are abandoned and recover the cost of those actions. I do have one non-substantive correction. As you see on the screen here, we just need to remove a 3 that was a hanger-on from when we went from the track changes to the clean version. So it just didn't get removed. It doesn't affect any content. It's truly just the number 3. There's no language associated with that. So I just want to make sure that's on the record. It doesn't change the fact that this is the first reading. So with that, next steps, like I said, 2 readings. It will require an LCP amendment to be done before this can be effective, but it will be effective immediately after certification by the Coastal Commission if we send it as adopted. So tonight the options are to move to the second reading as is, or the City Council can provide edits, and we would, if those edits are substantial, we would need to come back for another first reading. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I will conclude my presentation and I am available for questions.
Brendan, I appreciate the presentation, very concise. Council members, questions of Brandon at the moment? All right, Carrie.
Thank you, Bren. And you definitely slowed down your speech. So that was good. So thank you. I have a question about, so when you look at the red line version, there was a lot that was excised. So help me out with what this means for real estate signs in terms of house showing. Does this apply to that?
It still does. That's an excellent question. So the language in the ordinance that talks about one sign per street frontage, that would still apply here. And that's why I mentioned that period of 90 days before and 10 days after an election. So theoretically, someone could put up 40 real estate signs during that time if they really wanted to, because we can't regulate the content, but we do open up that window for unlimited signs because of the campaign signs.
Okay. And there was reference to this about flashing signs, but there's really no reference to monitors or TVs that are, so help me out with that.
Sure, no, that's a great question too. I am very certain that the language we have in there would cover if someone wanted to put in a television, and I'll tell you why. We have things specifically in there about internal lights, movement, self-illuminated televisions are self-illuminated. So I think the language you have in there would crack down on a television very tightly.
All right, well, that may be up for discussion. Okay.
I will say though, I mean, certainly the city council can add in there. It just comes down to, we want to come back for another reading if we feel like it's not tight enough. But in my opinion, and certainly the attorney can weigh in as well, I would have no problem enforcing someone removing a television or monitor in the right of way or on their street based on the language we have here.
And would that be inside as well, or just outside you're talking about?
It would apply the same way if it's used as a sign inside or outside. The ordinance regulates that way.
Okay, thank you.
Karen?
Yes, when you say we cannot control content, do you mean if someone uses profanity on a sign, we cannot control that?
That's so. I think the answer to your question is no in general, because I did have the same question for our attorney that helped us with this. To an extent where there's profanity laws and things like that we can enforce, that does take over. This is more of an expression of speech and content with respect to political signs, requiring people to say certain things. Brian may want to chime in a little bit more on that with respect to profanity and how other court cases have handled that. But my understanding from our attorney that helped prepare this is that we still would have recourse if it was offensive or profane.
Well, I think that would probably be a content regulation, but to be honest with you, I would have to check to make sure and let you know.
All right, well, you consider that yourself tasked to do that. Karen, any other questions?
No, that's all right. That was my main question right now.
Great, thank you. Any other questions by council before I open up to the public? Okay, is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item?
What is this, city council?
This is about the parklets.
It's still going on?
It means this isn't the Tuesday meeting, honey. This is a regular meeting.
Hey, guys. Okay, is there anybody wishing to speak to item number 10? Excuse me, item number 12, which is the first reading of draft ordinance regarding Carmel Municipal Code related to signs. This is not a parklet issue.
I'm not seeing anybody, Mr. Mayor.
All right, fine. I'll close the public comment period, bring it back to the council for direction. Who is it?
Hello?
Yes.
Parker Logan.
Parker, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
I read a few things about this, and I'm just kind of confused. It said not only about the content of the signs, but was there something about the number of signs? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Is there an increased number of signs that you can put up? Does this pertain to signs that may be outside of a business that would be able for people to see from walking up the street to see rather than just a hanging sign? Can you put signs in the windows? Is there a limit on how many signs you can put up? And does it change the sizing of the signs?
Is that your questions, Parker?
Maybe. yeah, I'm just wondering if any of those questions could be answered.
All righty, we'll
about
take
the
those, under,
signs. Like,
take those under submission, see if anybody else has any questions or comments. Anybody else wishing to
Thank you.
comment tonight? All right, Ashley, don't think so, do you?
I don't think so, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Brandon, you heard the questions, or Brian, you heard Parker's questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The short answer is yes, all those questions are answered in the body of the ordinance itself. There's a lot of really helpful charts. Section C, exterior commercial signs, talks about the maximum number of external signs, maximum letter size, the location, the design, the material. It's a pretty specific ordinance. So I think that the language is there. Unless the council wants me to go through line by line, I think that if anyone wants to take a look at the ordinance, and if they have specific questions between now and the next reading, I'd be happy to answer those.
Great, thank you, Brandon. Okay, Jeff?
Thank you. To sort of riff off of Mr. Logan's question, and I think what Carrie was sort of hinting at before, are signs on the interior of the business that are visible through a glass window treated as signs by this ordinance? So if, you know, to use Mr. Logan's establishment, if I have a sign that says Sadie's that's hanging on the outside of my establishment, can I put a big, huge sign in my window that says Sadie's? And yeah, so that's my question.
Thank you. Yes, there is section 17.40.040 of the ordinance is titled commercial interior signs. So there is a section that talks about interior signs, and there is a chart there as well that gives the number of each one, either affixed to a window, 0 to 5 feet from the storefront, 5 feet or more beyond the storefront. It speaks to the maximum size of each one individual and in the aggregate, and also maximum letter sizing. So yes, this ordinance does also speak to signs inside of a business.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments by council? I don't see any. Motion, possibly?
I have, I don't think I'd like to hear from my other council members. I don't think it's spelled out specifically for monitors / TVs. I think we're seeing more and more of those pop up. So I think we would, it's not clear enough that if somebody read this, they'd say, oh, I can't have a TV. So help me out with that. I don't know if I'm the only one that feels that way, then that's fine. But, you know, part of our character of Carmel is to minimize technology in terms of lights and flashing and modernization. So that's my concern.
Carrie, I share that concern also. I think you're right on a topic there. And I'd be interested in hearing from staff as to whether that is something that we can give direction to, and is it significant enough that we shouldn't pass a first read tonight? Jeff?
Yeah, I feel the same way as you, Dave and Carrie. And I would sort of add to that statement, Carrie spoke about real estate offices. I think when she broached this subject during the question period before. And my question, I think for Mr. Pierrick would be, some of the real estate offices have sort of a rotating display of properties that are for sale. Do those, if we decided to if we made the decision to sort of address those, would those rotating displays be considered signs? As opposed to, say, a TV set in the back of a real estate office that had a picture of a Christmas tree during the Christmas season, for example.
Ryan, I think it was directed to you. If you're not comfortable with that now, answering that question tonight, perhaps that's something we should continue then.
Well, it sounds like there's a few items that we would need to follow up on. I've made notes so far about the question on profanity. I've got a note here about monitors and TVs, and now the one from Councilmember Barron about these rotating signs for real estate. So it seems, given these questions and the need to perhaps do some further analysis on the language in the proposed ordinance, that we should probably just continue the discussion to see if there's anything else that council has questions on or believes further clarification is necessary. And then you could continue this item to your November meeting, and we could seek to make for a first reading and seek to provide some further clarification on those issues. So I think my question to the council would be, are there any other issues besides the ones that I've just itemized?
Could I add on to what Mr. Pierrick said there, just for the council, so you can ruminate on this. So our code does already define sign in our term section, and I'll read it just so no one has to look it up. A sign is defined as any object, structure, symbol, banner, streamer, letter, number, emblem, logo, color, display, or light, or any combination thereof, which is intended to or does identify, attract attention to, advertise, announce, or communicate information of any kind to the public. So that's the definition of our code existing right now of what a sign is. That's not part of this ordinance update.
So to sort of go on that, using my example, the Christmas tree on the TV set is or is not a sign, but it sounds like the rotating real estate properties are in fact a sign, according to that definition. Is that correct?
Yeah, if I was asked to interpret that as the director, yes, I would say it'd be hard pressed to say that is not a sign based on that definition.
And the Christmas tree, according to your definition, as opposed to an actual Christmas tree sitting in the back.
Questionable, yeah. It's really not advertising or announcing or communicating information of any kind to the public. So that's a bit of a stretch.
Any question? Yeah, okay, Karen.
Yes, earlier this year, there was an incident where a storefront had a T-shirt on one of the models in the storefront, and it had a profanity, blank work, and it caused an upset with several residents who walked by and saw it. Can that be considered a sign similar to Melania Trump's "I don't really care about this, do you?" I mean, she was wearing a sign. Can an article of clothing in this storefront be considered a communication?
Well, I do have an answer on the profanity issue. I checked in with my partner, Sergio, who helped write the ordinance, and I asked him the question if you could prohibit profanity, and his answer is no, that profanity is still subject to the First Amendment protections. However, if it is likely to provoke a violent reaction, then it could be prohibited by way of a citation under California Penal Code Section 415. So the answer is the sign could have profane language on it. It'd be protected by the First Amendment.
Okay, are there any other additional questions or issues that we'd want council and Brandon to go ahead and address before we bring it back next month?
Well, we're starting to narrow the issues. If Brandon gave the definition of sign, the way I heard it read it, it sounds like it would, to me, would cover televisions and monitors. So I guess I'd first ask Brandon to see if he agrees with that.
I would agree with that, Brian. Yes.
On the interior of a store or a business.
If it's in the window,
if it meets those criteria listed in the current ordinance of where it talks about the 0 to 5 feet, the 5 to 10 feet, it does, our ordinance, this draft does speak to interior signs. So if a TV was defined as a sign, it would be subject to this ordinance for interior.
So that would cover the TV monitors, and I've already addressed the profanity. So now we're down to the real estate rotating sign. I don't know, Brandon, did you opine on that one yet?
Well, Brian, I feel that it would meet the test of communicating information to the public. I think the one perhaps question whether or not we would have to come back and redo the first reading was for you is if the city council wants to add that language about specifically calling out TV monitor, adding that language to the prohibited sign section, would that be enough of a substantive change that we would have to start over again?
I don't think so. This is the first reading. And so I would say certainly if we were doing that at the second reading, that would be problematic because then you'd have a difference from what you had in your first reading. But I think if you felt that it was needed to have additional clarification, especially if based on the reading of the city's code as to what the definition of a sign is, if you wanted to add that to, I'm looking at section.
Yes, where is it? Where is it?
17.40.010, it's on
0.070, sorry, 17.40.070 is the prohibited signage section. It does mention it earlier on, Brian, but the actual section controlling prohibited signage where it lists all the different types is 17.40.070. It's page 9 of 11.
So you could modify clause number 1 under 1740.070 to include, it says signs visible from exterior areas of building that are flashing. So you could somehow work the word television or monitor into that phrase, and that would address sort of Carrie's issue and the issue that Carrie and I have spoken about.
Well, remember that it would still need to be a sign. So the television or monitor would need to meet the definition of signs that Brandon read earlier. So if there's a television on, somebody can see it through the window of the store and, they're showing Jeopardy or something. I don't believe that that would constitute a sign, but if the monitor or television is having a message on it, like, buy hot dogs at Sam's or something, and that's what's up there as a sign to draw attraction to a particular product, then and it meets the definition of sign, then that would be covered.
And where was that definition of sign, Brandon, that you read from?
It's in our code. I may go back to the code section. I was just going to make a suggestion, actually. So it's in section 17.70, list of terms and definitions. And what I was going to suggest, kind of keying off of what Brian just said, is in that first section, I think Councilmember Barron, where you rightly said that it would go, we could say, and to include televisions or monitors which are used to attract attention to, advertise, announce, or communicate information to any kind of the public. So just basically add the qualification to televisions and monitors, as Mr. Pierrick said, to ensure that they're being used as a sign.
But 17.70 is not in the ordinance that we're considering, is it?
No, it's not. It's an existing section of our code that already defines a sign.
I think we're talking about, Brandon, the language that you just used, we would incorporate into the ordinances before the council tonight.
That's what I'm suggesting, is to get the language for the monitors in there, add that to section 1 to say, or televisions or monitors that are being used for, and then that last part of the sign definition.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
That would be
good. First read.
The answer is yes.
Okay, Carrie, I cut you off.
I appreciate that suggestion, so I'm on board with that.
So it seems to me we've given direction. We've got the language proposed. Are we comfortable then going ahead with the first read, council? And if so, maybe a motion.
Well, you could request me to read the title, and then the motion, we'll get to the motion in a second. So somebody should ask me to read the title.
I have one more question. Some of these things I think are very disturbing and will change some of the character of our downtown. And I'm wondering, what is the alternative? I mean, we can no longer control some of the things that we have always controlled about signs. So,
and freedom of speech.
Well, yes, I see that, but becoming so politically correct is going to have, I think, some serious repercussions, and it's an uncomfortable feeling for me, at least, to have such a very large ordinance that we're reading tonight and not have some specific examples of what some of this might mean. I mean, maybe our hands are tied and we can't do anything about it, But boy, it just seems like an abrupt change to me that is very uncomfortable.
Right, well, that noted, what is the preference of the council? Jeff?
I would say, that I agree with Karen, but I think we need to follow council's advice, legal counsel's advice, and enact this ordinance so that we're in comportment with the First Amendment.
Alrighty.
And so I would ask council to read the title of the ordinance.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. So this is ordinance number 2021. And I don't know if I've got a number on it. Does we have a number, Ashley?
Yes, it's 2021 04. 004.
004. Okay, 2021 004. It's an ordinance amending the Carmel-by-the-Sea Municipal Code, Chapter 17.40, relating to signs. So then the next order would be a motion to add the language that was proposed by Director Swanson, that is on the record now, to the ordinance, and then to waive further reading of the ordinance and to introduce. So whoever wants to make that motion can say what the city attorney.
So I would make a motion to add the verbiage that's on the record espoused by Director Swanson to the ordinance, waive further reading, and introduce a draft ordinance amending Chapter 17.40 of the Carmel Municipal Code relating to signs. How is that?
That's fine.
Motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Bobby. All right, Ashley, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Barron.
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito.
Reluctantly, yes.
Councilmember Tice.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards.
Yes.
Mayor Potter.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, guys. All right, brings us to our last order of business, which is item number 13, consideration of extending the mandatory removal date for temporary parklets and temporary outdoor seating beyond October 12th, 2021. Brandon, I believe this is your item.
You believe correctly, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Just going to make this really quick because I think everyone knows the scoop here, but we're back to talk about an possible extension of the outdoor seating in the public right-of-way, also belovedly known as parklets. Just a quick overview. So tonight's conversation revolves around whether or not to extend the parklets. If yes, staff will be looking for direction. How long of an extension? Would we be allowing restaurants who remove their parklets prior to this to rebuild? Would we allow reconstruction of wine tasting parklets? And would we allow continuance of wine tasting in private outdoor spaces? Similar conversation to what we had last month. Just a quick review of the last 30 days. As you recall, September 7th, we were all here. There was a 30-day extension, which gets us out to October 12th, which is approaching soon. The council enacted an $842 per parking space fee and allowed continuance of wine tasting in private spaces, however, decided not to allow wine tasting parklets to rebuild. Before the due date for the fee, 26 parklets remained and they all paid on time. That left us with 7 that removed between that period. As I mentioned, all paid on time and the total collected was just over $40,000. So tonight, staff is looking for the direction I just mentioned earlier, and I can put this back up later after discussion if you'd like, but I just said it, so I don't need to repeat myself. But this is what staff is looking for tonight from the City Council. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
All right, are there any questions of Brandon at this moment by council? Brandon, I have a question. It seems to me that the outdoor wine tasting on premises was kind of a protracted process that we had to get to. So can you kind of outline what that would look like for the bifurcating of that from this issue itself? Understand where I'm going with this?
Sorry, no, maybe you could add a little bit of clarity. I apologize.
Okay, so it seems to me that the issue of outdoor wine tasting on premises was necessitated some amendments to the restrictions that are placed on where you can taste wine, basically. And so that involved some zoning changes, an LCP amendment, those kind of things. Seems to me that there might be a process where we bifurcate that issue send that down a separate path instead of bringing it back every month?
Thank you.
Possible?
Yeah, though. Thank you. I understand the question now. So for a permanent change to be made to the outdoor wine tasting, you're correct. We'd have to amend the wine tasting policy that was adopted by City Council, and there would need to be some zoning amendments possibly too. The only reason this is on there tonight is because the City Council made the decision that while we're under this emergency ordinance, to continue to allow the wine tasting in private spaces, sort of as an akin to the parklets that are out there right now. So you're correct. If we were going to go down the road to do a more permanent look at that, it would be a separate process and more involved.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of Brandon? Okay, I don't see anybody. Open this up for public testimony. Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item tonight? If so, there's a 3-minute limitation on that testimony. Please state your name for the record.
I would like to speak.
Sure. Who are you?
Very good. This is Parker Logan. I'll try to keep Nita Moore out of the equation tonight.
Thank you, Nita.
Thank you. I'm expecting that the City Council is going to vote to extend the parklet program just on a matter of public safety. But what I want to circle back to is the rent that is being charged for the parking spaces out front. They were based on a number of an average monthly cost to rent a restaurant in Carmel-by-the-Sea. And those fees are exorbitant for some and are easily absorbed by others. I won't use any names exactly, but there's one restaurant that pays $35,000 a month in rent. And so that increases their rent by 4.8%. Where for me, on the other hand, and maybe other smaller places, mine increased by 25.9%. And when you came up with the numbers of an average monthly rent for a restaurant in Carmel, I mean, when you rent a restaurant in Carmel, I mean, there's some typical inclusions with that. And number one, there's restaurant infrastructure that's already in place, access to reliable Wi-Fi, electricity, and the ability to use it on the outside for heating, cooling, or lighting, or other fans or whatever you want. Maybe there's walls or windows and doors and ceiling which would offer security, level floors, maybe grease traps. Those are the things that are included when you think about an average monthly cost. We're just simply renting out a space that was really allocated to be put in place to help generate business and help the affected. And we can all agree that restaurants were grossly affected more than other restaurants or more than other businesses. And to have this charge, I mean, it really doesn't make any sense. And then to have the charge to be so grossly unfair across the board, where it's just a small, easy to absorb cost for some, where for others, it's a huge increase to the bottom line. It doesn't make any sense in the government trying to help, relieve the stress of the global pandemic. And I know there'll be lots of different thoughts on this. I mean, a government that robs Peter to pay Paul is always going to have the support of Paul. But the Peters in this situation are just like, oh, well, I don't know, just go with the flow, don't want to ruffle the feathers, want to try to keep it because it's helping our business. Parker, it really needs to be readdressed on the...
I get your point. Thank you. Anybody else wishing to testify?
I can Kim Stemler. Is it okay?
All right. Go ahead, Kim.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Council. So as you all know, I'm deeply involved in COVID vaccine and testing efforts, in addition to wine efforts, and am just very concerned about any kind of return to indoors completely. Although our cases have been great, and thank you to everyone in the entire community that's done such a good job at getting vaccinated and tested and being really careful. But I think there's going to be a couple more waves. So for me, if the city could align with the state's allowance of outdoor use, and it's really ABC's allowance, which now is through 12/31. I I think that is actually the wise and safe action. And as a wine industry, we ask that tasting rooms that have private space, that they be allowed to continue using that private space as long as the ABC allows it under the emergency ordinance. And then we'll work with you later to talk about, expanding, redefining what wine tasting rooms are, and looking to see how we can potentially have them outside in the future as well. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Next speaker.
Hey, Tim Toomey here.
Tim, yep.
Yeah, my face is really red and it's at night here. What's going on? Okay.
You do look scary.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight, I am again representing the CRA board. Carmel residents have supported our local restaurants during this difficult time. However, as expressed last month, we asked the council to bring an end to the temporary restaurant public space parklets, this time on October 12th. Our reasons for this include the following. The city criteria for ending this temporary program were based on the restrictions that ended on June 15th, which included physical distancing, capacity limits on businesses, and the county tier system. To allow for any possible changes that might bring back these restrictions, the parklets were extended for 3 months until September. At that time, they were extended again for 1 month until October to make sure there are no changes that restrict 100% indoor capacity. After 4 months, the County Monterey Health Department continues to allow 100% indoor capacity. If you choose to extend this temporary program, what new criteria would you use for the decision to trigger the removal of the public space parklets? This is critical to level set everyone's expectations. The Monterey County mask mandate will be triggered only if the county's COVID-19 transmission rate is considered high or substantial, according to the CDC. Exceptions to this mandate will include activities such as eating or drinking in restaurants, swimming or showering in fitness facility, etc. It's vital that we support and protect the health and safety and well-being of our citizens. While the pandemic is still with us and could be for some time, it's at a much more manageable level than last year. Through our mitigation efforts and our high vaccination rate, it would be unexpected to have a spike like we did in 2020. The CDC COVID data tracker for Monterey County currently shows us at a high community transmission rate due to the case increase from the last 7 days. Our percent positivity increased by 0.7%, and the new hospital admissions decreased by 23.5%. But these numbers fluctuate from week to week, noting we have been moderate to low in prior weeks. The pandemic has increased the appeal for outdoor dining experiences. If our visitors and residents are not yet comfortable with indoor dining, we should create greater awareness of the fantastic patio, courtyard, and terrace dining that's available in our village. We have over 30 such locations. Our parklets are temporary, and when they are removed, this in no way means an end to outdoor dining in our village. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Tim. I appreciate it. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? Jack Galante, you appear to have your hand up.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Mayor and Council. Yeah, I wanted to just also reiterate what Kim Stenler said as well. Would love to get this kind of this issue of the private space versus public space issue, as Dave brought up, is they're such different issues. They have completely different set of concerns, of problems, of whatever you may call it. The issue of public area encroachment and the issue of using private spaces that people already pay, wine tasting rooms pay rent for, have the permitted from the ABC, seen as necessary use by the ABC, are so separate that I would really encourage, for the sake of time and the sake of simplicity, to separate these issues, as Dave had suggested, from the issue of the public encroachment. as we go forward in these city council meetings. It'll save a lot of time, a lot of effort, and they have absolutely nothing to do with each other. So if we could just consider that at this meeting as well, that would be great. I do agree 100% with Kim Stemler that we should just look at this again and work with the city, as we've been asking to do for some time at every meeting, to a permanent solution, look at a permanent solution for the private use of space, the use of private space for wine tasting rooms, in the rezoning issue and general plan amendment. But in the meantime, let's try and save some time and resources, and not have to go through the entire process of looking at the public encroachment issue in the same breath. I'd really like it to be considered at this meeting. It's a pretty simple issue, I believe, to bifurcate these issues. And again, thanks everybody. Just wanted to reiterate that I appreciate that being brought up. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? Don't be shy.
Mr. Mayor, Anthony Carnazzo here, if you have a moment.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, I'll be brief before the kids start yelling again. We're doing bedtime over here. In any case, I wanted to start out by offering my support for Parker Logan, our neighbor. I think I always assume the best of intentions from all parties, even though that's difficult sometimes. But I do want to acknowledge that Parker's words are true. One size all doesn't really work. Everybody pays different rents for different reasons, and to increase, somebody like Parker's rent or mine for that matter, a dramatic amount, it really is particularly harmful to actually making the business continue to be solvent and continuing to serve the community as we do. The heartbeat of any community, certainly in downtown, is the hospitality enterprises and everything that swirls around it. So that being said, I just wanted to offer that support to Parker. Additionally, I'm sure we've all been aware that of the potential pending mask mandate, as the CRA representative just mentioned, that could go into effect again. Why? To help prevent the spread of or resurgence of another variant of COVID-19. The safest place to be is out of doors. So I think it still behooves us, from a matter of public safety, to keep people in the safest environment possible. So there's that component as well. I think it's certainly fair to continue to explore other opportunities for making things more permanent, potentially getting things out of the in parking spaces, et cetera. But we're not out of this thing yet, kids. There's still, we don't know what's going to happen, especially as the winter proceeds. So I would certainly advocate and hope to continue to keep parklet structures in place. I'm perfectly fine with, maybe finding ways to make them a little bit more aesthetically pleasing, certainly safer, but it certainly is in the best public interest. And y'all saw those big checks coming in. Again, I'm more kind of on Parker's side of the aisle when it comes to receiving those, but at the very least, do us the courtesy of honoring those contributions to the city. And related to that, those seats, those tables are generating an awful lot of tax income for the city. It seems as though that's always a concern. So let that not be lost on you as one component in considering actions you take. I don't think it's time to make a decision yet. It's not time to pull these parklets for the reasons I mentioned and for a variety of others. Thank you for your time, Council.
Thank you, Anthony. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Speak up.
I have my hand up.
Yep.
It's not Dawn Galante.
Dawn, floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll be really brief in order to save on time. I just support what Kim Stemler said, what the last gentleman just said. We would like to continue our outdoor private use patios. We still see a need for it at both of our tasting rooms. And I just appreciate your support and the work you're doing to keep that going for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. Anybody else? I think Lucinda Lloyd might have had her hand up. Am I right? Ms. Lloyd?
Hi, Dave. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yep.
Okay, great. Mayor Potter, members of the council, my name is Cindy Lloyd. I am a longtime resident of Carmel, although I live in the sphere of influence presently. I've spoken on to this issue before, and my stance has not changed. It is time to find the era of the temporary parklets come to an end, return our town to its quiet dignity, unique charm, and eclectic architecture that has lured visitors here for years and will continue into the future. The outside dining was correctly initiated on an emergency basis by our city administrator, Chip Rearig. Please vote tonight to return downtown Carmel to its pre-pandemic state. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cindy. Appreciate it. Is there anybody else tonight? Going close to last call here, guys. Anybody else? Ken Spielfogel? Let's go.
Yeah, unmute. Hi, good evening. Looks like I want to congratulate the mayor. Looks like Boston's going to win tonight.
Hey, don't be saying that. You'll jinx it.
Oh, that's why I'm doing it. But,
Nice.
you know, I'm a Yankee fan. But I'd like to, I'm grateful to be able to, pay the money every month to have the opportunity to take care of our customers. Right now, if anybody'd like to see the pictures, 80% of the people are sitting outside. I only am using 7 inside tables and only 5 are being used. And it's pretty cold that night, and 2 of my heaters decided not to work. So, the reality of the situation speaks for itself. We do have the guests coming. We need to take care of them, even though in this situation, people are saying we have a lot of patio seating and stuff like that. Well, we never take care of what the demand is right now. Well, with all the outside seating that we have, if the parklets are gone, even if there's only 10 or 15 left, but if all of them are gone, it would be close to 600 seats. And we are filling those. Everybody is filling those because even you could ask somebody that I know that never lies, Tony Salome. He is now getting 80% of his advanced reservations on Open Table for outsourced seating. That's what he told me this morning. So, I mean, we are a place with hotels and motels, and we need to be able to take care of our customers right now. I'm not saying that the future is, what we should have is these temporaries. I'm not saying that. But right now, for the next month or 2 or 3, whatever it is, we need them. We don't need a this forever, but we need to satisfy the situation right now. I'm very glad to pay for the rent. You could even increase it another 1,000 if you'd like, but I'm very glad to have it. That discussion is ridiculous and grateful. I do want to apologize for any restaurateurs that were rough on any person that was in compliance or any council people. And I do apologize, but most of us are not that way. And we do stay in compliance, and we do stay within our numbers. And we are pretty close to the pre-COVID numbers. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, Ken. Next speaker.
Hi, Tatum Tollner here with Han Family Wines. I won't take up much time either, but I wanted to second what Kim said, what Anthony said, what quite a few business owners have been saying tonight. I really think it's important for the city of Carmel to support our local businesses, including hospitality. And as everyone's mentioned, removing the outdoor parklet option at this point is going to be a huge disservice to that large chunk of our Carmel business. So thank you guys so much for supporting us these past few months, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, Tatum. Appreciate it. Joe Todd, do you have your hand up?
I do. I just
I'm going, Mayor and to City Council members, I'm going to do as you suggested, and I'm going to piggyback on Anthony Carnazzo. So I agree. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Well done. All right. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? Last call. Ashley, what do you think?
I don't see any other raised hands or anybody trying to unmute themselves, Mr. Mayor. I think we're good.
All right, I'll close the public comment period, bring it back to council for direction. Council members?
Mayor, I'll go first.
Bobby?
Okay, so as you all, I wish I felt as strongly as some of my colleagues felt one way or the other on this, but I don't. I struggle. And people have asked me, as you probably can imagine, I get asked quite a bit, from both sides of this, the feeling on this. Why are you pro parklet or anti parklet? And my answer has just become pretty much the same. I'm not pro parklet, anti parklet, neither. I'm for the safety, the health and safety of this town. That is what's absolutely the most important thing to me, which I'm sure it is for everybody. We all just have a different way of digesting it. So what I did this past few weeks is I wrote to several of the county health directors in various counties. I only was able to get a few of them to respond back, but I will say I asked them three different questions. They're all attached to they're all on an attachment to this council meeting. But the CDC said, if you want to spend time with people who don't live with you, outdoors is the safer choice. When it comes to restaurants, the safest is pick up curbside, food delivery, or eat outside. The one from Santa Cruz said, congregating activity done outdoors rather than indoors reduces the chance of the transmission. Dr. Marino said, indoor dining versus outdoor dining. If vaccinated and given a choice, outdoor dining provides a lower risk of transmission. And then my favorite one, because since this went out to 20 different counties and they didn't know who I was, my favorite one was Ventura. This is from I am the health officer for Ventura County. I don't believe you are in my county unless you are asking about a particular restaurant called Carmel-by-the-Sea in Ventura County. In any case, the answers to your questions are, does outdoor dining promote the spread of COVID-19? Yes. Is outdoor dining a safer option concerning the spread of COVID-19? Yes. Would you recommend dining outside if vaccinated and given a choice? Yes. So yes to all three of your questions. So that's the homework that I did to come up with why I want to continue to allow the parklets, but only at 30 days at a time, because I want to stay very nimble with this, because I would like to see them go away. It's important that they go away and we get our village back to the way it should be, or the way we know it. And we can redefine that later. But for now, I'm going to continue to ask that we look at this every 30 days. And to some of the things that were mentioned today, this wasn't necessarily for financial reasons for the restaurants. At least for me, it wasn't. For me, what really prompted this a year and a half ago, or whenever it was I didn't like to see people eating on the curb or eating in the park or eating at the beach and leaving their pizza boxes everywhere. That I felt was destructive to our town. And so I wanted to find a better a way of handling that. And so we came up with this emergency ordinance to have these outdoor parklets. And now they seem to have become a necessity, especially for the guests and the travelers. And they are important to these hotels that rely on, I mean, the hotels are so full right now. I don't think that we've ever seen the occupancy that we've had in the past few months. So there's so many people in town. I want to give them as many options as possible to eat outside. And so that's the only reason really why I would support another 30 days of allowing this. And Mayor, I'm happy to comment again after I hear from my colleagues, because I don't want to go first and then not be able to speak again. So I would love to hear from my colleagues. Thank you.
No problem, Bobby. I appreciate the comments. Thank you. Anybody else? All right, Bobby, looks like you can talk again.
Well, I mean, I would make a motion. I'll make a motion that once again, we allow this for 30 more days. And let's find out what this mask mandate holds in October 29th. That's going to be interesting. We'll meet again in November. And at that point, we can decide to stop it a few days after our council meeting or continue it. But my hope is that we can end this before the holiday season. I would like us to go into the holiday season with clean streets.
All right. Jeff, I'm sorry, Carrie, go ahead. I was going to ask Chip a question.
Go ahead and ask your question.
Chip, so if what criteria are we now as far as let's say the ordinance goes into effect, which will on the 29th, as far as masks go, what level are we in now? Are we in like red or high risk or something like that? Where are we now?
No, Mayor, we're in one of the lower tiers of the community transmission. I think the last thing I saw, I think we were at 10 positives per 100,000 people. If we stay in that range, then the mask mandate would go into effect, as people have said. If we get below, I think it's 7.15 or something, 7.5 or something like that, then we're in the very low, or whatever the lowest tier is, and the mask mandate would not go into effect. So we're right on that cusp, quite frankly. And of course, as you've seen, the number every week continues to decline.
Right. Good. Thank you. Carrie, you're next, and then Jeff.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Richards, for doing that research. I think it's important research. I think we are trying to look at health and safety and the facts. And I think once again, we're talking about the temporary parklets. We're not talking about the long-term parklets. This is the temporary parklets for the health and safety of our guests, for our residents. I think that the long-term solution has been addressed by the ad hoc committee that the mayor and the vice mayor have spent a lot of time with, and it's being, I think, recommended to the planning commission. So, once again, that's a separate issue. We're just looking at a temporary situation because of what we are going through with COVID. Reminding people that children are not allowed to be vaccinated at this time, so families have to eat outside. So, I agree to continue with parklets. I would like it a little longer than 30 days. I really would, because, we're going into the winter, and that's when we usually find more people get sick because of the cold. So I really would like to at least see, I'd love 90 days. I'd go for 60. But I'm wondering if anybody would consider that. Thank you.
Jeff, I think you were next. Thanks, Carrie.
Thank you, Dave. I think so. Thank you, Bobby, for doing all that research. What I'll say is that, the problem I have with the answers is that it's pretty much always going to be safer. It's always going to be safer to eat outside. During flu season, it's safer to eat outside because the people that are eating inside might have the flu. And the answers that you got, Bobby, I don't think it matters what the COVID transmission rates are. I think that the answers are going to be the same forever. And so I don't think that I don't think that there's ever going to be a situation in which someone is going to say it's safer to eat outside. I don't think that situation ever existed. And I don't think that a situation ever will exist. Even if COVID rates are 1/10 of what they are now, it's still going to be safer to eat outside. And the answers that you get to your questions are the same. So switching gears a little bit to Ms. Demler's remarks. And again, Kim, thank you for all the work that you're doing with respect to the vaccines. I said that last month. You you talk about safety and all that, and yet, we talk about people eating inside or people eating outside, and yet there's another really simple measure that people could take to make people safe, and that would be to require people to wear masks. And without getting into the the politics of it, the fact is that if we all wore masks in the inside of grocery stores and in the inside of drugstores and in the inside of clothing stores, we would all be safer. And yet our own Chamber of Commerce spoke at the supervisors meeting against a mask mandate. So we have a situation where on one hand, we have one part of the business community that's telling us we need people to be safer and we need to let them eat outside. And we have another part of the business community that's telling us, well, we don't need them to be that safe and we don't want them to wear masks inside. So it feels a little bit, like we're being talked to by two different parts of the business community, and each of them is acting in their own self-interest. And it's hard, or their own perceived self-interest. And it's difficult for me to take this at face value without, I'm just completely lost, with respect to, what everybody's self-interest is in here. And it's really frustrating. So my position hasn't changed. I'll still vote. I still believe the parklets should be off the street. I wonder, I have to agree with Carrie, and I'm sorry, Bobby, I just don't see your vote changing next month. And I really wish that we didn't have to have this conversation next month again, especially since we're apparently going to have a whole bunch of other things that are going to take hours and hours to talk about next month. So that's also frustrating, but thank you.
Karen? Thanks, Jeff.
I would like to see the parklets removed. I think the time is there, and I think there is a great incentive to get vaccinated if you can eat inside more safely. I just got back from New York when the vaccine mandate for restaurants went into effect. You showed your vaccine card, you showed your ID, and you got into the restaurant. And you realized that you were in the restaurant with all vaccinated people. That made a big difference to me. And I think that I haven't seen anything in our business community or any restaurant doing any improvement to ventilation particularly, or asking for a vaccine mandate for restaurants. We need, some cooperation in order to get our population vaccinated. And part of that is the incentive to be able to safely feel able to dine indoors. As Bobby didn't read everything that Dr. Marino said, he also said, I would like to emphasize that increasing the proportion of people that are vaccinated will have the greatest impact on reducing transmission. This would be a great incentive if they could eat inside more comfortably. Now, obviously what Carrie said about children is true, but we have 30+ restaurants that have outdoor seating already, and some of them pay very heavily in their rentals to have that outdoor space. So I'm sorry, but I cannot support extending them anymore. I also read just today that yes, it's safer to be outside if you're not vaccinated, but you also need to be spaced. And the restaurants, the parklets now have crowded people in practically banquet seating, side by side by side. So I've seen no effort to space out tables in the restaurant anymore or in the parklets. So I feel a little bit like what Jeff said. On one hand, some of the same people who now want to continue outside never wanted to shut down in the first place. And Carrie's already mentioned she'd like it to go on, 60 days or 90 days, and then it starts to become like they're permanent. The other thing that people are walking down the street in the middle of restaurants, basically. They have people in the parklets and they have people inside, the restaurant staff running back and forth. The noise level for the people who live downtown I think it's just time.
All righty, well, continuing on then with the spirit of governmental redundancy, I'll just opine kind of the same as I did last time, which is, first of all, I'm looking forward to the day when the parklets are not there. And parklets is a term of the past that we're talking about, as we did with the ad hoc. We get the planning commission's input on what are we going to do if we're going to allow any form of outside dining in the public right of way. What's that going to look like? That's a discussion for the future. I do not see parklets going on ad infinitum, ad nauseum. I was in Napa and Sonoma last weekend for a wedding. It was mandatory that you wear your mask all the time inside. Anywhere you went, you had to put a mask on. It was incredibly inconvenient. I did not feel comfortable with the fact that everybody alleged that they'd been vaccinated. I don't believe that for 1 second, that everybody that's inside that says they've been vaccinated has actually been vaccinated. No proof of that. I dined outside every single time, and during the wedding, I actually kept a mask on most of the time during the wedding, even though it was outside, because I don't trust the public. And I hate to say that, but I just don't trust the public to be honest with their vaccination status. So for me, I'm going to go ahead and support another month's continuance because of the fact that I don't think there's any point in going ahead and doing it indefinitely. I think, Carrie, you do make a good case in the interest of agenda management. I'd much prefer not to have this back all the time. I do think there's something to be said for bifurcating the issue with the wineries and going ahead and sending them off on a different path. There's been a whole lot of pushback on that, but right now I'm going to go ahead and side with the two other colleagues I did the last time. So we can have the same discussion next month. But Jeff, I don't think that's a foregone conclusion how that's going to go. If after the 29th, when we go to the mandate and there's a change in the status, I may change my mind. I'm perfectly entitled to that. So I do appreciate the input. Bobby?
Mayor, I just wanted to say that exact same thing. It really, a lot of, for me, has to do with two things: that mask mandate of October 29th, and also what happens to these kids under 12 years old if they get vaccinated or not. Those two things weigh heavy on me, and those will probably help determine. They will be probably the biggest part that helps me determine my vote next month. But as I said before, this is an important enough issue that I think we could talk about it every month, and maybe we could just trim down on some of the other stuff to talk about this more. Maybe manage some of the other items on the agenda a little bit quicker, so that we can get through some of these things faster. That would be my hope. But I apologize. I guess I apologize to Carrie for trying to bring it back 30 days, and I agree wholeheartedly with Jeff and Karen. I think that we digest it just a little bit differently, and we come up with different ideas of what's best. And I think all of us are acting in what's best for the city of Carmel. That's without a doubt. My feeling is what I stated. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby. Carrie?
In terms of agenda management, there are other important issues we need to address. So spending more time on parklets is not what I want to do in terms of what other huge list we have to go that we need to address. So, I understand what you're saying, Bobby, and I respect that, but, can somebody just give me 60 days here? Come on.
I'm sorry, Carrie, I cannot.
Last time I went with you, it would have been nice if you went with me on this one.
Hey. It's just general ribbing. That's not meanness.
That's right.
And then we're going to be having this discussion between Thanksgiving and Christmas, right? At the beginning of December. Yeah, I'm sure it's going to be a great topic for that meeting.
Well, it's actually the last year in November, the meeting was on my birthday. Now we've got this meeting, the Red Sox game's going on. I'm missing that. My quality of life's really slipping here.
Kenny already announced what was going to happen.
No.
You must have missed that part of the meeting.
Well, Jeff, you could jump on Carrie's train and go for 60 days.
Yeah, and then we fail.
Now, I'd like to say one more thing. We have a retail community here too, and the retailers need their parking spaces back, and they're coming into the major shopping season of Thanksgiving and Christmas. And if people can't find parking places downtown, they're going to go to Del Monte Mall. And I just think we have subsidized one portion of our community, and it's time to call it an end on this.
All right, with that said, why don't we call an end to this discussion? Do we have a motion out there?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Richards had already made a motion. We were just looking for a second after all that discussion.
I didn't hear that, Bobby.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could throw up the last slide that I put up, because we're looking for some specific directions. So let me just put it up there, and that might inform the motion just to make sure that we have it.
Bobby, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you made a motion.
I didn't hear the motion.
Yeah.
Oops, wrong one. Sorry.
You guys never listen to me.
I could make a motion, but I'm not sure you would like it.
Well, let's go with one we might like. Okay, so Bobby, you got the bullet points there. So how long should the extension be for? You said 30 days up till November 2nd, I guess. What was that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Should the restaurants remove parklets be allowed to rebuild? No.
No.
I'm putting words in your mouth. Okay.
Should wine tasting shops be allowed to continue serving in private? Yes, I think that should, as I agree with Mr. Galante, who had said, we should break that out. I believe that true. Should wine tasting shops be allowed to rebuild parklets? No. So it would just stand as the 20. What do we have? I think there's about 50 parking spots right now being used, and that's what I would hold it to, and give them 30 days after this October 29th mask mandate, see where that takes us. That'll be right in the beginning of November, and hopefully we'll go into Thanksgiving without anything on the street.
I'll second that, and then hopefully you consider a friendly amendment. I'd like to have staff bring back some direction and some discussion about what the additional $40,000 that's coming into our coffers is going to do in regards to enforcement, policing of the quality of some sort of criteria. Brandon, develop a criteria for what that money can be done for, and where we're going to go ahead and spend it, because it is directly related to the parklets themselves and the impact, whether it's cleaning the sidewalks, maintenance, enforcement, some sort of hired security to go ahead and enforce. So I think that would make a difference to me. Not necessarily going to break my motion, but I'm going to go ahead and support something in that direction. Carrie.
Will do, sir. Will do.
Carrie.
I want to clarify the 30 days. Right now, we had 30 days. It was, I believe, and
yep, you're right. 30 days from today is not the
Brandon,
second.
Please clarify this. It was October 15th was supposed to be, or the 16th was supposed to be the next 30-day period.
Was it 12?
Councilmember Tyson, it's October 12th.
October 12th.
Yeah,
so 30 days from October 12th is
Right.
what
Yeah.
the motion is that correct?
Right. Because that would give them 1 week after our next council meeting. If we decided to pull it, then they would have 1 week to pull it from November's council meeting.
Yeah, Carrie, I appreciate the clarification. You're right. They were getting cheated out of a week plus. Okay, Jeff.
Yeah, I would just comment, Dave, on your comment about enforcement and sort of beefing up enforcement. And, my preference would be, if we're going to spend this $40,000 and presumably the next $40,000 on enforcement, and I realize this isn't a part of the motion, but if we're going to spend this money on enforcement, I would sort of give direction to Chip that he just start tomorrow. By the time we hear something back from Chip next month, we're going to be 2 months into obviously what I hope will be a finished program. But Chip, are you capable of just starting your sort of cleanliness? And I'm a little bit putting words into Dave's mouth, but I'm a little bit expressing my own preferences too. Your sort of cleanliness policing, like cigarette butts on the street and all that. Could that start tomorrow? Do you have the legal tools to do that?
We do. We've actually added code compliance for weekends and evenings, and we can increase the necessity to maintain the outdoor seating areas and the space between a storefront and the outdoor seating areas a little bit better. So we can church that up.
I have a question. Since we have a first and a second, it's discussion time. How are we going to establish what criteria we're going to use, Bobby, next month? What's the criteria?
Well, Karen, I think a lot has to do with how that October 29th mask mandate comes. If it's forced mask where everybody has to wear a mask inside, then I may end up saying we need another 30 days. If they say if the transmission is at a low and we don't have to wear masks inside, and then I might say, okay, that would be my vote would be then, okay, let's take them off. It's really has to do with what maybe I'll do more research. Maybe I'll find somebody else that can help me do this homework that gives me some direction. But right now, the only direction that I can find that has some professionalism in it is these county health directors and the CDC. And everyone that I talk to says outdoor dining lowers the rate of transmission. And I think that it's almost irresponsible in a way that we aren't mandating that everybody has outdoor dining. If you wanted to look at it that way, I'm not saying that I am, but there's an argument for that. So for me, it would be what happens with this mask mandate that our county is going to go with on October 29th.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Brandon, are you clear on direction?
Yes, I am. Thank you, sir.
All righty, is there any other questions or comments? Why don't we call a question? Ashley, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Barron.
No.
Councilmember Ferlito.
No.
Councilmember Tice.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards.
Yes.
Mayor Potter.
Yes. Aye.
3-2.
That completes the work of this evening. Also, I'm glad to announce the Red Sox won 6-2. Not that I cared because I never got to see a bit of the game. But my sources tell me that'd be my wife, who just texted me and said, good news, they won. So I can take my hat off now. God, what is brutal. All right, guys. Is there anything else for future agendas? I think we've got enough on the agendas in the future, but if you'd like to add something more to further clutter it, I'd be happy to entertain that concept. All right, not seeing any. Yes.
I think we should discuss this issue that was brought up tonight about proactively deciding about surplus property and creating an ordinance for that.
And Karen, I think what we heard earlier this evening was the fact that will be a topic at the retreat on the 12th, where we can go ahead and see what we want to do with that. I think the item's going to come back, and I don't know what this applicant's going to do at all. I have no idea what they're going to do, but I do think it was pretty clear that the council generally across the board had a concern about the gifting of public right-of-ways. So I think we'll go ahead and address that probably before the next council meeting even. It's whether we want to prioritize it in the grand scope of all the other things we've got going on. Doesn't sound to me like it's that complicated a topic, frankly, but okay. So anyway, so that said, is there anything else for the good of the order this evening? All right, guys, thanks a lot. Public, thank you for your patience. I'm sorry I screwed up on getting the continuance of that one item up delayed. I'm sorry about that, but I'm only human, you know. All right, guys, take care.